Your brain is a magnificent mystery, a place where thoughts form, feelings flicker, and entire memories can vanish without a trace. But why does your mind sometimes hide memories, even ones you wish to remember? Is it protecting you, or is it simply overwhelmed? As you drift deeper into this soothing journey through the mind, we'll explore how and why your brain might be hiding memories from you, whether to shield you from pain or preserve your sense of identity. Have you ever remembered something years later and wondered how you could have forgotten it for so long? Share your experience below. Inside your mind, there is a librarian. Not a person, of course, but a quiet, tireless presence. This librarian doesn't wear glasses or shuffle papers. It doesn't need light or sleep or sound. Yet, it is always working, organizing, filing, sorting through the billions of moments that make up your life. Each sight, sound, word, sensation, every flicker of experience is gently placed on an invisible shelf, stored in a place you can't see, yet carry with you always. From the instant you're born, this librarian begins its work. When you see your mother's face for the first time, it makes a note. When you feel the warmth of a blanket or hear the hum of a lullaby, it begins weaving those sensations into the threads of your earliest memories, even if you'll never consciously recall them. These earliest impressions become the foundation for everything else to come, forming the emotional and sensory background of your life, like wallpaper in a room you've forgotten how to enter. But this librarian doesn't file memories the way a computer does. It doesn't work in straight lines or perfect folders. It stores them by feeling, by association, by significance. The scent of jasmine might be linked to a summer evening 10 years ago. The sound of a song might pull up a memory you didn't know was still there. A single phrase can suddenly bring tears to your eyes, because somewhere deep in your library, that phrase was shelved alongside a heartbreak you hadn't thought about in years. And the librarian doesn't just collect, it also protects. It knows when a memory is too sharp, too heavy, too dangerous to leave in the open. It quietly moves it deeper into the archives, out of reach. This isn't erasure, it's preservation. The brain is not cruel when it hides memories. Often, it's kind. Imagine touching a flame and not feeling pain. That might sound like a superpower, but you'd be burned without even knowing. In the same way, the mind sometimes dulls what would otherwise destroy us. Sometimes, the librarian misplaces a memory, not because it's broken, but because life is loud and time is fast. The more you live, the more there is to sort. New memories come in like waves, strong, bright, urgent. And the old ones, especially those tied to mundane moments, may drift into the background, gathering dust. They're not gone, just shelved deeper. Sometimes they return when you least expect them, riding in on a smell, a place, a phrase, or a dream. And then there are the memories that seem to vanish entirely. These are the ones we don't even realize we've forgotten, not because we chose to, consciously, but because they were never filed properly to begin with. Moments that occurred in chaos, confusion, or trauma can be blurry, fragmented, or stored in parts of the brain that don't speak the language of conscious thought. The librarian is doing its best with what it was given. A half-torn page, a blurred photograph, a sound without an image. Yet even these fractured memories are part of us. They shape our instincts, our fears, our patterns. They influence the way we love, the things we avoid, the stories we tell ourselves. The librarian may not give us the whole book, but it may hand us a single line, a feeling, a dream, and we are left to piece the rest together. Over time, the library grows vaster than we can comprehend. Some shelves collapse, some are rebuilt, others are sealed off temporarily or forever. But always, the librarian continues its quiet work, tending to the vast, hidden archive of your life. And every once in a while, it unlocks a door you thought was lost, and a memory steps out, softly, gently, asking to be remembered once more. Deep within your mind, beyond the noise of thoughts and the clutter of daily life, lies a hidden place. It is quiet here, not the kind of quiet you experience in an empty room or a forest at dusk, but a deeper quiet, a soft, almost sacred silence. This is the memory vault, a secret chamber where your mind stores moments too delicate, too confusing, or too painful to leave out in the open. It is not a prison, but a refuge, a protective cocoon built not of walls, but of forgetfulness. Most people don't know this place exists. They go about their days, remembering what they need to, appointments, faces, names, the storyline of their favorite show. But beneath that surface-level memory is something much older, much more mysterious. The vault doesn't open with willpower or logic. In fact, it often resists being opened at all. The brain has decided, for one reason or another, that what lies inside must stay hidden, at least for now. But why? Sometimes the answer is survival. Imagine a moment in your life when you were overwhelmed. Maybe something frightening happened. Maybe you were too young to understand or too vulnerable to face it. In that moment, your brain made a decision, not with words, but with instinct. This is too much. And so it gently, but firmly, placed that memory behind a locked door. Other times, the vault holds not just pain, but complexity. Events we couldn't process, moments that contradicted what we believed about ourselves or the world. When reality doesn't fit the story we've been telling ourselves, the brain steps in and tucks that contradiction away. Not forever, perhaps, but until we are ready. And yet the vault is not completely sealed. It has cracks, little openings, and through those cracks, things slip out, fragments, flashes, feelings we can't explain. A sudden fear of something we've never experienced, a strong emotion triggered by a seemingly harmless event, a face we swear we've seen before. These aren't random, they're echoes, whispers from the vault, clues that something is still waiting inside, watching, pulsing, alive. Interestingly, the vault is not located in one single place within the brain. It's a system of systems. The hippocampus, which forms memories. The amygdala, which handles fear. The prefrontal cortex, which tries to make sense of it all. These regions work together, sometimes in harmony, sometimes in conflict. When something overwhelming happens, the emotional centers can override the rational ones, prioritizing safety over clarity. In doing so, they bury the memory, not to harm you, but to preserve you. And what happens to those buried memories? Some lie dormant forever, like old letters never sent. Others grow, silently influencing your choices, your relationships, your self-image. Without knowing it, you may avoid certain situations, not because they're dangerous, but because they remind you of something hidden. You may feel uneasy around certain people, not because they've wronged you, but because they mirror someone you've forgotten. The vault doesn't erase the past, it just shields it from view. But sometimes, something opens the door. A scent, a song, a word spoken at the right or wrong moment. Suddenly the vault creaks. A memory spills out, raw and bright, as if no time has passed at all. You feel it in your body before your mind can even catch up, a tightening in your chest, a wave of emotion that makes no logical sense. You weren't expecting it, you didn't ask for it, but there it is. These moments can be healing or destabilizing, sometimes both. And yet, even when it's painful, the return of a hidden memory is not your enemy. It's a sign that your mind believes you are ready, or at least strong enough, to face what was once too much. The vault doesn't open on a whim. It opens when the time is right, or when the soul begins to stir. And so, this quiet vault remains deep, hidden, and sacred. A place where your mind stores not just what you've experienced, but who you've been, what you've endured, what you've outgrown. It is not a flaw in your memory. It is part of your mind's intelligence, a soft, strange mercy from your own brain, a whisper that says, "You may not remember now, but when you are ready, I will show you." Until then, the vault watches, waits, and gently keeps the stories you once had to forget. Sometimes, when you try to remember something, it feels like reaching into fog. You know something is there. You can sense the shape of it, the outline of a feeling or a moment, just beyond your grasp. But the details? They slip away like smoke through your fingers. This isn't just forgetfulness. It's not just your memory being lazy or disorganized. This is something deeper, more mysterious, something scientists and psychologists call emotional fog. Your brain doesn't record life like a video camera. It filters, processes, and interprets everything through the lens of emotion. Joy sharpens memory. Love makes it glow. But fear, confusion, sadness, these emotions don't always help us remember. In fact, they can do the opposite. They can cloud the memory, blur the picture, mute the sound. Not because your brain is malfunctioning, but because it's protecting you in the only way it knows how. When you go through something emotionally intense, especially something painful, your brain is thrown into survival mode. It becomes flooded with stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. Your heart races. Your thoughts scatter. Your muscles tighten. In this state, your brain's priority shifts. It no longer focuses on long-term memory storage. It focuses on escape, protection, immediate safety. Imagine walking into a room full of noise and flashing lights. You can't think clearly. You can't hear yourself speak. You just want to get out. That's what emotional overwhelm feels like inside the brain. And just like that chaotic room, the memories formed during such moments are often disorganized, patchy, or completely obscured. It's not that they never existed. It's that they were formed in the fog. But emotional fog doesn't always come from a single dramatic moment. It can build up slowly, over time. Imagine the soft, heavy grey of a cloudy sky that never lifts. If you've lived through a long period of sadness, loneliness, or anxiety, your memories of that time might feel dull or incomplete. Days blur together. Faces lose definition. You remember the overall feeling, but not the specific moments. That's the fog at work, softening the edges, dampening the colors. Sometimes the fog is protective. It helps you keep moving forward. If you remembered every detail of every pain, your mind would be overwhelmed. So the fog comes in and gently wraps those memories, like gauze around a wound, until you are ready to face them. But other times the fog becomes a problem. You might begin to feel disconnected from your own past. You may ask yourself, did that really happen? Was I really there? Why can't I remember it clearly? The more you try to look back, the more the fog seems to thicken. This can be deeply frustrating, especially when others remember things you do not. You might feel broken or ashamed, wondering why your memory doesn't work the way it should. But the truth is, your memory is working. It's just working differently, tuned not to facts, but to feelings. Your brain isn't trying to erase your life. It's trying to keep you safe within it. And here's the strange beauty of emotional fog. It is not permanent. Sometimes, with time, healing, and gentleness, the fog begins to lift. A smell can trigger a long-lost moment. A sound can suddenly clear the haze. A dream can return a scene you haven't visited in years. The fog doesn't destroy memories, it merely hides them. And sometimes it does so with a quiet kind of wisdom. This is why moments of emotional clarity can feel so powerful. It's not just that you're remembering something, you're feeling it again, but this time without the panic, without the confusion. It's like seeing a photo in full light after years of shadow. It might make you cry, it might make you smile, it might make you question everything, but one thing it won't do is leave you untouched. Emotional fog isn't your enemy, it's a gentle force, a mist laid down by a mind that loves you enough to blur the unbearable until you're strong enough to see it clearly. And when the fog finally lifts, you may find that the memories you feared were lost, were simply waiting, patiently, in the quiet, just on the other side of the mist. There is a gate inside your mind. You can't see it, and you've likely never noticed it, but it's there, always watching, always deciding. It doesn't creak or clang or slam shut with a sound. It moves in silence, fluid and nearly invisible, opening and closing in response to what your brain believes you can handle. This gate is part of an ancient survival mechanism. It was not built for comfort, it was built for protection. And it has a guardian, the subconscious. When something happens to you, especially something deeply emotional or disturbing, your brain evaluates the event in real time. It scans for danger, tries to interpret the meaning, and begins deciding how to respond. If the moment is intense, painful, or frightening, the brain must make a choice. Do we allow this experience to enter conscious awareness, to become part of your known story? Or do we close the gate? When the gatekeeper senses that the truth might cause too much distress, it shuts the memory away, not to erase it, but to lock it behind the threshold of awareness. The memory still exists. It still lives in your brain, but it is sealed off, stored in a place where you cannot easily access it. This is what repression truly is. It is not denial, and it is not pretending. It is not something you choose with intention. Repression happens automatically. The conscious mind is not even aware that the memory has been hidden. The event is real. The feelings were real, but the awareness of it is folded away, like a letter placed in a drawer you forgot existed. Repression is not a flaw. It is not weakness. It is a deeply intelligent function of the psyche, a kind of emotional triage. Your mind senses that, in that moment, your emotional resources are overwhelmed, so it postpones the processing. It says not now, not yet. And so, the memory waits behind the gate, sometimes for days, sometimes for decades. The gatekeeper is deeply intuitive, influenced by many things: your age, your emotional maturity, your environment, your level of safety. Children, for example, are particularly prone to repression because their brains are still developing the tools to understand complex or frightening experiences. For them, the gate shuts quickly, quietly, instinctively. Many adults carry within them the repressed memories of their childhoods, memories too big for a small mind to make sense of. But repression doesn't mean the memory is harmless. Even locked away, it can still exert influence. Like a perfume leaking from a sealed bottle, the essence of the experience can escape. You might feel unexplained anxiety around certain people. You might react with fear, anger, or numbness in situations that make no logical sense. These are the symptoms of something knocking on the gate from the inside, something asking to be remembered. Over time, the seal may weaken. Life has a strange way of circling back to the things we've hidden from ourselves. A conversation, a film, a scent, or even a dream can cause the gate to tremble. And suddenly, the repressed memory begins to surface. Not always as a clear image, but sometimes as a flash, a feeling, a bodily sensation. When this happens, it can be disorienting. It may feel like remembering something that never happened. You may doubt yourself. You may feel flooded with emotion without understanding why. This is the difficult gift of the gate reopening. The memory is returning, but it is raw, unprocessed, and confusing. It's like being handed a puzzle piece with no context. You feel it belongs to you, but you don't yet know where it fits. This is why healing often requires patience. Repressed memories don't return in perfect clarity. They come in waves, fragments, whispers, and they often come accompanied by resistance. The gatekeeper doesn't relinquish its role easily. It may try to shut the gate again, especially if the feelings become overwhelming. The process of remembering, true remembering, is a negotiation between safety and truth. And yet, every time the gate opens, even slightly, there is potential for integration, for healing, because once a memory is seen, it begins to lose its power to haunt you from the shadows. Once it is spoken, once it is held in the light of awareness, it can be understood, mourned, released. Some memories may never fully return, and that's okay. The gatekeeper knows what must stay buried and what must rise. It is not your enemy. It has been your protector all along. And when the time comes, when you are strong enough, supported enough, whole enough, it may step aside, just long enough for you to walk through the gate yourself and finally meet the parts of your story that have been waiting for you. Quietly, patiently, with the hope of being remembered. There is something magical and mysterious about the way your mind uses imagination, not just for dreaming or storytelling, but as a form of protection. When reality becomes too harsh, too complicated, or too frightening to face directly, the brain has a quiet and gentle trick. It weaves a dream, a fantasy, a comforting illusion. It doesn't lie to you maliciously, it shields you softly, and in doing so, it allows you to keep going, even when life feels unbearable. Daydreams aren't always random. They may seem like idle thoughts, pictures painted by boredom or whimsy, but more often than not, they are emotional blueprints. They are constructions built from pieces of things your mind can't fully process, and sometimes they are a cover for pain. Imagine a child growing up in a house where love is unpredictable, where affection might be present one moment and cold the next. That child, unable to change their environment, may begin to imagine another world. Maybe they see themselves as a superhero, or a famous artist, or simply as someone who is deeply loved. To outsiders, it's just play, but to the child, it's something deeper, a sanctuary, a hidden corner of the mind where things make sense, where they feel safe, accepted, understood. The same happens in adulthood. When something traumatic or overwhelming occurs, the conscious mind may not be able to fully engage with it. Instead, it might build a narrative around the event that feels more manageable. You may downplay what happened. You may reinterpret it in a way that makes you feel less helpless. Or you may bury it entirely and replace it with a more comfortable fiction. This is not weakness, this is strategy. The brain has evolved not just to survive physically, but to survive emotionally. Just as your immune system defends your body from threats, your imagination defends your soul from wounds too sharp to bear all at once. And sometimes, the most effective shield is the soft veil of a daydream. But not all daydreams are gentle. Sometimes, they serve as prisons as much as they serve as protection. You might find yourself retreating into fantasy so often that reality becomes distant. You begin to forget what really happened, what you truly felt, or who you actually are. In these cases, the imagination has done its job too well. It has drawn a curtain across your own history, not out of deception, but out of mercy. The line between memory and imagination begins to blur. You might recall an event and feel uncertain. Did it really happen that way, or is that just how I needed to remember it? The brain doesn't always preserve memories with photographic clarity. It stores them as impressions, sensations, emotional charges. And when something is too painful, imagination fills in the missing pieces, not to deceive, but to stabilize. Over time, these protective constructions can grow complex. Entire belief systems can form around them. You might come to see yourself as someone who was never hurt, never scared, never betrayed, because to admit otherwise would cause too much internal collapse. You've built a house on the sand, and to look too closely at the foundation might cause the entire structure to fall. And yet, beneath all of this, the stories, the fantasies, the gentle illusions, something still waits, the truth. Not the truth as punishment or the truth as pain, but the truth as healing. Because even though imagination can protect, only truth can liberate. When the moment is right, when the body feels safe and the mind feels strong, the dream begins to loosen. The veil begins to lift. You start to remember what really happened. Not all at once, and not always clearly, but enough to begin piecing things together. You might feel like you're waking from a long, strange sleep. Pieces of your life return, sometimes as feelings, sometimes as images. And though it can be frightening at first, it is also deeply empowering. You realize that your mind did not betray you. It carried you. It gave you just enough comfort to survive the storm. And now, it's giving you the courage to walk back into your own story. Imagination is not the opposite of memory. It is the companion of memory. The artist that paints over the wounds when they're too raw to look at. The storyteller that sits beside your pain until you're ready to hear it in your own voice. So the next time you find yourself drifting into a comforting fantasy, remember, this may be your mind's way of tending to something you haven't yet faced. Be gentle with yourself. There is wisdom in your dreaming. There is mercy in your forgetting. And when the time comes to remember, your imagination will not resist. It will gently step aside and let the truth return, one soft piece at a time. Deep within the folds of your brain, there is a small, seahorse-shaped structure quietly working in the background, every moment of every day. You've likely never felt it or thought about it, but without it, your life would be nothing more than a blur of disconnected experiences. This unassuming structure is called the hippocampus, and it is your brain's memory artist, the one responsible for turning fleeting moments into lasting memories. The hippocampus does not store memories forever. Instead, it acts as a processing center, a temporary station where new experiences arrive, get sorted, and are prepared for long-term storage elsewhere. When you live through something, whether it's as mundane as brushing your teeth or as powerful as falling in love, the hippocampus is there, collecting the raw data. It records the who, the what, the where, and the when. It takes in the sights, the sounds, the emotions. It blends all these details together into something that feels whole. But the hippocampus doesn't work alone. It communicates constantly with other parts of the brain, most notably the amygdala, which is the emotional center. When an experience is emotionally charged, the amygdala flags it as important. It sends signals to the hippocampus saying, "This matters, pay attention, remember this." And so, experiences that are rich in emotion, whether joyful or painful, are more likely to be etched into memory with clarity and intensity. But even with all its brilliance, the hippocampus has limits. It is sensitive to stress. When your body enters a state of panic or trauma, the flood of stress hormones, especially cortisol, can disrupt the hippocampus's ability to do its job. Imagine trying to write with a shaky hand during an earthquake. The more intense the stress, the more jumbled the encoding of memory becomes. This is why traumatic events are often remembered as fragments, flashes, or emotional waves, rather than as clear, coherent stories. There are moments in life when the hippocampus is flooded, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of an experience. In those moments, it may only capture bits and pieces, a color, a sound, a phrase. The rest gets lost in the emotional storm. Or worse, it becomes sealed away, never fully processed, never properly filed. It's like trying to save a file on a computer when the power is flickering. You may end up with a corrupted memory, something that exists in part but cannot be fully opened. On the other hand, when you're calm, focused, and emotionally regulated, the hippocampus works beautifully. It captures the richness of a moment and gently transfers it into your long-term memory, most likely within the neocortex. But this transfer doesn't happen instantly. In fact, one of the most important times for memory consolidation is during sleep, especially during the deep, slow wave stages and rapid eye movement, REM sleep. During these quiet hours of the night, your brain replays and reorganizes the day's experiences, guided largely by the hippocampus, deciding what to keep, what to discard, and how to connect new memories with old ones. Interestingly, the hippocampus is one of the only parts of the adult brain that can generate new neurons, a process known as neurogenesis. This means it's constantly changing, adapting, and growing based on your environment, your choices, your routines. Exercise, deep sleep, learning new skills, and reducing chronic stress are all known to nourish the hippocampus, keeping it vibrant and functional. It is a living, breathing archive, shaped by the way you live your life. But what happens when this system goes awry? When the hippocampus is damaged, whether by trauma, stress, aging, or disease, your ability to form new memories becomes impaired. You might forget conversations moments after they happen. You might walk into a room and not know why. You might even lose entire chunks of time. This is not a sign of weakness or failure. It is the brain's way of signaling that something is out of balance. In conditions like Alzheimer's disease, the hippocampus is one of the first areas to show signs of deterioration. People may retain older memories for a while, but lose the ability to form new ones. It's as if the brain's memory artist has gone silent, still present, but unable to paint the canvas. The past remains, but the present fades into mist. And yet, even when memory formation is compromised, the emotional resonance often remains. A person may forget your name, but still feel the warmth of your presence. They may not recall a song, but tears may fall when it plays. This is because the hippocampus encodes not just facts, but feelings. It is a bridge between what you experience and what you carry with you. So when you think about your memories, those clear and those forgotten, know that the hippocampus has been there all along, tirelessly crafting the story of your life. And even when some chapters go missing, the deeper emotional imprint often survives. In this way, you are never truly lost to yourself. You are still there, in the echoes, in the fragments, in the feelings that rise unexpectedly in quiet moments. Your hippocampus is your mind's quiet curator, a sculptor of memory, a soft keeper of time, working silently behind the scenes to shape your inner world. One heartbeat, one moment, one memory at a time. There are moments in life when everything changes in an instant. A loud crash, a scream, a sudden loss, an overwhelming confrontation. These are the moments that split time into before and after. Moments when the world tilts and your sense of safety is shattered. In those intense, soul-jarring instances, something deep within your brain reacts, not slowly or thoughtfully, but immediately, instinctively, powerfully. This is trauma, and your brain, sensing danger, initiates a process designed not just to protect your body, but to protect your mind. In these moments, something extraordinary happens. Your brain begins to reshape its memory processes in order to help you survive. The human brain is equipped with a survival system that has evolved over millions of years. When trauma strikes, your amygdala, the brain's emotional alarm system, lights up like a flare. It floods the body with signals, shouting that something is terribly wrong. Your heart races, your breathing changes, your muscles tense. You are now in survival mode, fight, flight, or freeze. While all this is happening, your hippocampus, the part of your brain responsible for encoding and organizing memory, is being overwhelmed. It can't do its job properly because the emergency systems have taken over. The brain is now focused solely on helping you escape, hide, or endure the threat. It doesn't have the luxury of carefully recording every detail and filing it away like a librarian. It's trying to keep you alive. And so, traumatic memories often become fragmented, incomplete, disconnected from time or sequence. You may remember the sound of breaking glass, but not what happened next. You may feel the terror in your chest, but not be able to explain why. Some moments burn into your memory with painful clarity. Others disappear entirely. This is not because your brain is broken. It is because your brain is brilliant. Trauma forces your mind to prioritize. And in that prioritization, some memories are suppressed. Others are encoded in strange, disjointed ways. The brain may choose not to store the full experience, especially if it senses that recalling it could be too painful or destabilizing. Instead, it might hide the memory behind emotional walls. It might tuck it deep into the unconscious, beyond the reach of language or logic. Not to erase it, but to keep you functioning. You might live for years without realizing what has been hidden. The trauma lives in your body, in your instincts, in your reactions. You avoid certain places without knowing why. You flinch at sudden sounds. You feel a deep sadness or fear that seems to have no cause. These are echoes from the past, reverberating through the nervous system. Your brain may not give you the memory, but it remembers how it felt. This is why trauma is not just a story, it is a state of being. Even if you can't consciously recall the traumatic event, your body and your brain carry it. The memory is there, just not in the form you expect. It may live in the muscles, in the breath, in the eyes. In trauma therapy, it's often said, the body keeps the score. Because even when the conscious mind forgets, the deeper layers of your being remember. And yet, there is something extraordinary about this too. Your brain, in hiding the memory, was trying to protect you. It saw that the weight was too heavy, the wound too raw. So it did what it had to do. It allowed you to keep going, even when carrying the truth felt impossible. But the mind is not static. It heals, it grows. And sometimes when the conditions are right, when safety is re-established, when support is present, when the body begins to soften, the hidden memories begin to stir. Not always as clear images, but as sensations, dreams, flashbacks, or emotions that seem to come from nowhere. The gate begins to open. The story begins to return, piece by piece. This can be frightening, but it can also be the beginning of freedom. To heal from trauma is not just to feel better. It is to reclaim the missing pieces of your story. It is to slowly, gently, with compassion, bring the hidden memories into the light and say, yes, this happened. Yes, I survived. And yes, I am ready to remember. There is no timeline for this process. Some memories return suddenly, others never fully surface. Some remain as feelings, as symbols, as unfinished dreams. That's okay. Healing doesn't always mean remembering everything. Sometimes it simply means making peace with the silence and trusting that your brain did what it had to do. So when you feel frustrated at your own forgetfulness, when you wonder why you can't remember what everyone else seems to recall, when you feel something stirring deep inside with no words to describe it, know this: your brain did not abandon you. It protected you the only way it knew how. And even in the darkest moments, it never stopped trying to keep you safe. As the world outside slips into darkness and your eyes gently close, something remarkable begins to happen inside your brain. The noise of the day fades. The urgency of thoughts begins to soften. Muscles relax. Breathing slows. But within the quiet, your brain becomes astonishingly active. Not with the chaos of waking life, but with a hidden rhythm, a quiet order, a nocturnal symphony. This is sleep, and one of its most mysterious roles is to take the raw materials of your waking life, your experiences, sensations, conversations, fears, and hopes, and begin to stitch them into memory. Sleep is not a simple state of unconsciousness. It is a complex, layered process, divided into different stages, each with a unique purpose. Among these stages, two are most crucial for memory: slow-wave sleep, deep sleep, and rapid eye movement sleep, known simply as REM. These phases are not just for rest. They are for remembering, for sorting, for filing away the things you've learned, the things you've felt, and the things your mind doesn't quite know what to do with yet. While you sleep, your hippocampus, the brain's temporary memory center, starts to replay the events of the day. Like a quiet librarian working late into the night, it selects certain experiences and begins transferring them to the neocortex, where long-term memories are stored. This transfer isn't random. Your brain doesn't try to remember everything. It chooses what matters. Emotionally intense experiences, meaningful conversations, new skills, unresolved thoughts. These are prioritized. The rest may fade. This is your brain's way of decluttering, of making space. Dreams are part of this process too. Though still not fully understood, dreams appear to be the mind's way of integrating memory with emotion, of reprocessing difficult moments in symbolic form. You may dream of being chased, of flying, of losing something, or finding someone. These dreams might seem surreal or nonsensical, but behind their strange imagery is the echo of something real, a feeling, a memory, a desire your mind is still trying to understand. In REM sleep, your brain is especially active. The amygdala, which processes emotion, becomes highly engaged. The hippocampus and neocortex communicate in rapid bursts. It's as though the brain is rehearsing, reliving, and rewriting. Sometimes, this is how you make sense of a painful memory, by re-experiencing it in a dream, but from a different angle. Sometimes, the dream may even conceal the real memory, wrapping it in layers of metaphor so it can be processed safely. There are memories we cannot consciously face while awake. They are too overwhelming, too raw. But in sleep, when the logical parts of the brain relax, those memories can surface in symbolic form. A locked room, a lost child, a storm, a shadowy figure. These images are not random. They are emotional fingerprints. They are pieces of something hidden being gently released. And sleep doesn't only help with emotional memory, it's essential for learning too. If you study something new or practice a skill during the day, your brain doesn't finish the work until you sleep. That's when the neural connections are strengthened, when short-term learning becomes long-term knowledge. It's during sleep that your brain decides, this is important enough to keep. But what happens when sleep is disturbed? When you're anxious, overwhelmed, or chronically stressed, your sleep becomes fragmented. You may fall asleep, but wake up often. You may never enter deep sleep. You may miss out on REM entirely. And when that happens, your memory suffers, not just for facts and figures, but for feelings, for meaning, for understanding. You may forget simple things. You may struggle to make sense of your past. You may feel emotionally numb or easily triggered. This is not weakness. It's your brain calling out, I need time to heal. Sleep deprivation has a profound effect on the hippocampus. Studies show that even a single night of poor sleep can impair memory formation. And over time, chronic sleep loss can reduce the brain's ability to consolidate memories at all. It's as if the files pile up, disorganized, unprocessed, waiting for a night that never comes. But there is good news. The brain is resilient. With rest, Even after periods of stress, the mind can begin to recover. The hippocampus can resume its quiet transfer. The dreams can return. And the hidden memories that were once lost in the fog may slowly begin to emerge. This is one of the most beautiful and mysterious aspects of being human. Even in sleep, you are growing. Even in silence, your mind is speaking. Even in dreams, your brain is trying to help you understand who you are. So when you lay down your head at night, know this: your sleep is not wasted time. It is sacred time. It is the secret engine of memory, the gentle guardian of your past. And somewhere in the stillness, your brain is quietly weaving together the scattered threads of your life. One dream, one breath, one memory at a time. Try to remember the very first moment of your life, not the first day of school, not your first word, not your first steps, but your very first breath. The moment you entered the world. Can you picture it? Can you feel it? Most people can't. In fact, most of us can't recall anything from the earliest years of our lives. The first year, the second, even the third. These years, though foundational to our development, are mostly absent from conscious memory. This strange phenomenon is known as childhood amnesia, or infantile amnesia. And it is not a failure of memory. It is a profound clue about how the brain works, how memory develops, and how your sense of self begins to form. From the moment you are born, your brain is absorbing everything: the rhythm of your mother's voice, the warmth of skin, the smell of home, the subtle dance of light and shadow. Your brain is like a sponge, wide open and endlessly curious. You learn how to move, how to recognize faces, how to cry for attention, how to respond to love, and yet, you remember none of it. This is not because those moments were unimportant. Quite the opposite. The first few years of life are some of the most developmentally rich and emotionally charged. But during this time, the architecture of your brain, especially the parts responsible for memory, is still under construction. The hippocampus, which is crucial for forming long-term, declarative memories, is present at birth, but not yet mature. It's like trying to build a library before you've finished pouring the foundation. The ability to form explicit memories, those you can consciously recall and describe, relies on more than just the hippocampus. It also requires language. And in those early years, before language has fully taken root, your brain does not yet have the tools to convert raw experience into structured narrative. Without words, you cannot describe your memories. Without description, it is hard to hold them in conscious awareness. But that does not mean your early experiences are lost. They live inside you in other ways. Quiet, invisible, but powerful. These are known as implicit memories, emotional memories, sensory imprints, learned responses. You may not remember your mother rocking you to sleep, but your nervous system remembers the comfort. You may not recall a specific moment of fear, but your body remembers to tighten when something reminds it of that time. These early experiences form the blueprint of your emotional world, shaping how you relate to others, how you soothe yourself, how you respond to stress and affection. Sometimes these early memories leave gentle traces. The smell of a certain soap might make you feel inexplicably calm. The sound of a lullaby might stir tears in your eyes, even if you can't say why. Other times, the imprints are harder. A fear of abandonment, a tendency to withdraw, a deep longing for connection you can't explain. These too may come from early experiences your mind cannot name, but your body cannot forget. As you grow older, your brain begins to change. Around age 3 or 4, the hippocampus becomes more developed. Your language skills improve. You begin to understand time and sequence. This is when most people start forming their first enduring memories. These memories are often vivid and emotional: first friends, family rituals, small triumphs or accidents, because the brain, now more capable, is beginning to carve memory in a more stable way. Yet even then, the past remains a fragile thing. Early memories are still vulnerable to distortion, fading, or fusion with imagination, and the boundary between what actually happened and what we've been told happened can become blurry. A photo, a story, a video may convince us we remember something from before we could truly form memories. And still, that memory becomes part of us, woven into the personal myth of who we are. Some people spend their lives trying to reach back further, searching for that elusive first memory. Others stumble upon fragments unexpectedly, through dreams, therapy, or sudden emotional triggers. These glimpses into the pre-memory years are rare and often unclear, like distant lights flickering through fog. They may not come with a timestamp or narrative, but they come with feeling, and feeling is a kind of truth. There are also those whose early years were not just forgettable, but painful. For them, childhood amnesia can feel like a blessing and a curse. The absence of memory might offer relief from suffering, but it can also create a strange ache, a sense of something missing, a mystery within the self that has no name, only echoes. In adulthood, we carry these early years like shadows behind us. They influence our relationships, our reactions, our fears and longings, often without our awareness. To explore childhood amnesia is not just to wonder why we forget. It is to recognize that we are shaped not only by what we remember, but by what we do not remember. That within the silence of our earliest days lies a profound and unseen influence on who we've become. You may not recall your first breath, your first cry, or the first time someone held you, but those moments live within you, deep, ancient, alive. They are not lost. They are simply written in a language older than words, stored not in thought, but in feeling. And sometimes, if you listen closely enough, you can still hear their whisper. There are moments in life that shine brighter than the rest, moments that seem frozen in time, untouched by the passing years. You can recall them with startling clarity, the exact sound of a voice, the warmth of the air, the look on someone's face, or the particular way the light fell through the window. These memories aren't just preserved. They are burned into your consciousness, etched with a kind of emotional electricity. Psychologists call them flashbulb memories. The term flashbulb memory comes from the idea of a camera's flash, sudden, bright, and capable of capturing a perfect snapshot. These memories are formed during moments of high emotional intensity, when something shocking, joyous, tragic, or profoundly meaningful occurs. They can be collective, such as remembering where you were when you heard about a world event, or deeply personal, like the moment you fell in love, or the instant you lost someone dear. But what makes these memories so vivid? The answer lies in your brain's chemistry. When a highly emotional event occurs, your amygdala, the brain's emotion center, goes into high alert. It sends out signals that activate your stress and arousal systems, flooding your brain with neurotransmitters like norepinephrine and adrenaline. At the same time, your hippocampus, responsible for encoding memories, begins to work in overdrive. The result is a kind of biological record button being pressed. Your brain captures everything it can: the setting, the feelings, the people, the sounds. And because the experience feels important, the memory becomes deeply embedded. Unlike ordinary memories, which may fade or blur over time, flashbulb memories tend to feel permanent. People often say things like, "I remember it like it was yesterday," or "I'll never forget that moment." They may even remember seemingly trivial details: the color of someone's shirt, the music that was playing in the background, or what they were eating. These small details latch on, not because they're important in themselves, but because they were part of the scene when something emotionally powerful happened. Yet flashbulb memories are not perfect. They feel clear and accurate, but they are not immune to distortion. Studies have shown that even the most vivid memories can shift over time. We might unknowingly change small details, fill in gaps, or reinterpret what happened based on what we later learned. But despite these shifts, the emotional certainty remains. We trust these memories more than others, not because they are more accurate, but because they are more felt. Sometimes, flashbulb memories are connected to joy. The moment you received life-changing news, the first time you held your child, the day you achieved something you'd worked toward for years. These memories are infused with light. They make us smile when we recall them. They become milestones in our personal narrative, reminders of beauty, growth, and connection. Other times, these memories are connected to pain. The moment you heard about an accident, the phone call that brought you to your knees, the second you realized someone was truly gone. These are the memories that carry weight. They don't just live in your mind, they live in your body. You may feel your chest tighten, your throat close, your heart ache. These moments don't need to be summoned. They arrive uninvited. You carry them quietly and always. But there's something else flashbulb memories reveal. They teach us about the importance of meaning. Your brain doesn't record everything equally. It prioritizes what matters. An ordinary Tuesday may vanish into forgetfulness. But the moment that Tuesday became unforgettable, because of what someone said, or what you saw, or how you felt, your brain took note. It said, "This is important. Remember this." And so it does. Over the years, flashbulb memories become the emotional bookmarks of our lives. We measure time by them, before and after. They become the anchor points around which we build identity. Who you were before that moment, who you became after, the person you were when you stood at that threshold, unaware that everything was about to change. Even if the details fade or become distorted, the impact remains. These memories remind you of how deeply you've loved, how deeply you've hurt, how real it all was. They remind you that you are alive, that your life is not just a collection of days, but a series of meaningful moments, each one leaving its mark on your heart. So the next time a memory flashes into your mind, sharp, sudden, and rich with feeling, pause for a moment. Notice how your body responds. Notice the weight or the warmth. That memory is a message, a photograph taken by the soul. It may not be perfect, but it is yours. And it was important enough for your mind to keep, even when so many other things were forgotten. Because deep down, your brain knows some moments deserve to last forever. there is a strange and tender wisdom in your brain's ability to forget. Not all forgetting is a failure. Sometimes it is a quiet act of mercy, a deliberate decision made not by your conscious mind, but by deeper parts of your psyche that are constantly monitoring your emotional well-being. This is especially true when the experiences you've lived through are painful, overwhelming, or deeply distressing. In such moments, forgetting becomes a kind of survival strategy, a way to keep moving, a way to stay whole, a way to live, even when living hurts. The idea that the brain can help you survive by forgetting may seem counterintuitive at first. After all, memory is often considered essential to identity. We say things like, "I am who I am because of what I've lived through." But the truth is more complex. Sometimes, fully remembering everything is simply too much. Certain memories carry such emotional intensity that facing them in their entirety could break something inside. And so your brain steps in, not to erase, but to protect. This protection is not clumsy or random. It's exquisitely timed. The brain seems to understand that there are moments when the truth is more than you can bear. In these moments, the memory may be pushed away, not lost, but stored in a vault far from the reach of your everyday awareness. You may go days, months, or even years without consciously thinking about what happened. You may not even remember it occurred at all, but the imprint is still there, encoded in the deeper layers of your mind, in your body, in your behaviors. Forgetting to survive doesn't just apply to large traumas. It can happen in smaller, more subtle ways too. A painful breakup, an embarrassing moment, a time you felt deeply ashamed, humiliated, or rejected. The mind may soften these memories, blur the edges, or bury them altogether. It's not that these events didn't matter, it's that in the moment, remembering them in full detail might be too disruptive to your sense of self, your emotional stability, or your capacity to function. And so the mind chooses what to keep, what to release. This is why people often say, "I blocked it out," or "I didn't even remember that until years later." These aren't just figures of speech, they're reflections of a real psychological process. The memory wasn't gone. It was simply tucked away in a protective haze. Only when your brain sensed that you were ready, safe, or strong enough did it begin to lift the veil and allow that memory to return. The forgetting is not always clean. Sometimes you're left with emotional residue, feelings that don't seem to make sense. You may feel afraid without knowing why. You may avoid certain places or people without any clear reason. You may have dreams, flashbacks, or body sensations that don't seem connected to any specific memory. These are echoes of what was once hidden, the past finding ways to surface, not as thoughts, but as instincts. This is where compassion becomes essential. Because when you begin to uncover these long-forgotten parts of yourself, it can be tempting to judge. You might ask, "Why didn't I remember this sooner?" Or, "How could I have forgotten something so important?" But these questions miss the point. You didn't forget because you were weak. You forgot because you were strong. Forgetting, in these cases, was not avoidance, it was strategy. It's also important to understand that forgetting to survive is not the same as denial. Denial is often a conscious or semi-conscious decision to look away, to refuse to acknowledge something that feels too threatening. But survival-based forgetting happens at a deeper level. It's involuntary. It is rooted not in willful ignorance, but in the brain's instinctual drive to protect its host, you. There is an elegance to this system. Imagine trying to read a book while every painful memory you've ever had floats around your head, demanding attention. Imagine trying to love someone while reliving every past betrayal in full detail. Imagine trying to grow when you are constantly pulled backward. Sometimes, forgetting allows you to be present. It gives you the grace of distance. It gives you space to heal without having to explain everything to yourself. And yet, these memories are never truly gone. They live in the subconscious, like seeds waiting for the right season to grow. And when the time is right, when safety has been restored, when emotional resources are replenished, they may begin to rise. Not to hurt you, but to reintegrate. Because healing doesn't always mean forgetting forever. Sometimes it means remembering differently, with softness, with context, with compassion. You may come to see the memory not as a threat, but as a lesson. Not as a wound, but as a scar that speaks of survival. The pain doesn't disappear, but it transforms. What was once unbearable becomes something you can hold. What was once hidden becomes part of your story, not the whole story, but a piece of it. A part that once needed to be quiet and now can be heard. So if you find gaps in your memory, if you feel like parts of your past are missing, blurred or blank, if certain years feel like a haze or a silence, do not rush to fill them. Trust that your brain did what it had to do. Trust that your forgetting was, in its own way, a form of love. A promise to yourself that, even in the absence of memory, you could still move forward, still grow, still live. And one day, perhaps when you least expect it, the forgotten parts may return, not to haunt you, but to be healed, not to disrupt your life, but to remind you of the astonishing strength it took to keep going, even without remembering why. Time is not always kind to memory. As the days pass, even the most vivid experiences begin to fade. Details grow fuzzy, emotions soften, and what was once clear becomes hard to recall. This slow fading is known as memory decay, a natural, universal process that touches everyone. It happens not because we are flawed, but because our brains are constantly making space for new experiences, for new thoughts, for new chapters of life. Every time you wake up, your mind is flooded with fresh information, conversations, sights, sounds, tasks, decisions. Your brain is a living, working machine, and it cannot hold on to everything. So it prioritizes. It decides what to keep and what to let go. Memory decay is not random, it is selective. Your brain preserves what it believes to be meaningful, relevant, or emotionally charged. The rest is allowed to slowly drift away. Think of your memories like a vast collection of sandcastles. When they are first built, new experiences, freshly laid, they are detailed and solid. But over time, the tides of daily life come in. The wind of distraction, the waves of new memories, the gentle erosion of repetition. Bit by bit, those sandcastles begin to soften. The edges blur, the towers crumble. Eventually, only a faint outline remains. A feeling, a trace, a ghost of what once stood. But this is not a loss. It is a kind of wisdom. Imagine if you remembered every single moment with equal clarity. The pattern of the bathroom tile from last Tuesday, every step you took on the way to work, every sound, every face, every word. The weight of that information would be unbearable. You wouldn't be able to focus, to plan, or to dream. Memory decay is your brain's way of making room for creativity, for clarity, for rest. It's a silent clearing of the path. And yet, some memories refuse to fade. These are the ones tied to strong emotion: love, fear, joy, grief. Your brain is wired to hold on to them more tightly. Evolutionarily, it makes sense. A memory of danger could help you avoid harm in the future. A memory of deep connection might guide you toward nurturing relationships. But even these powerful memories are not immune to change. With time, they may become warped, not by intent, but by natural reshaping. We rewrite them in small ways, influenced by how we feel now, by what we've learned, by the stories we tell ourselves. This is why memories are not like photographs. They are like paintings. Each time you recall a memory, your brain essentially recreates it from stored fragments. And in that recreation, you may unintentionally alter it, adding new brushstrokes, changing the color, leaving something out. Over time, the original may be difficult to recognize. What you remember is not always what happened. It's what your mind reconstructed. There is something poetic about this. It means that memory is alive. It grows as you grow. It adapts to who you are becoming. A sad moment may feel softer years later. A joyful one may seem even brighter in hindsight. This emotional reshaping is part of how we make meaning from life. We don't just store experiences, we reflect on them, reinterpret them, reimagine them, and in doing so, we keep them relevant. Still, there can be grief in forgetting. You might wish to recall a loved one's voice exactly as it once sounded, but find only a fading echo. You may struggle to remember a place that once felt like home, or find that an experience that once defined you is now reduced to fragments. There is a quiet sorrow in realizing that time has taken something precious from your mental grasp. But perhaps memory is not only about preservation, it is also about presence. What remains after memory fades is not nothing. Often, what's left is feeling, a trace of warmth, a tug of longing, a sense of who you were and how you've changed. And this too has value. You don't need to remember every detail of a sunset to remember that it made you feel peaceful. You don't need to recall every word of a conversation to remember that you were loved. Memory decay may erase the specifics, but it often leaves behind the essence. And then there are moments when something long forgotten returns. A smell, a sound, a sudden phrase, and like a key in a lock, something opens. The memory rushes back, as if no time had passed. For a moment, you are transported, and then, just as quickly, it may slip away again. These are gifts, temporary visits from the past, proof that what you thought was gone still lives somewhere deep inside you. So if you find yourself forgetting, do not despair. You are not losing your story. You are making space for the next chapter. You are trusting your brain to carry what matters and to gently release what no longer needs to be held. Your memories are not disappearing. They are evolving, shifting, making room for the present moment to arrive fully, unburdened. And in that moment, this moment, you are not what you've forgotten. You are what you remember to feel. You are what you continue to carry in your own quiet way. And you are always the author of what remains. Memory is not a perfect recorder of events. It is a living, breathing process shaped by perception, emotion, and context. Because of this, our minds are surprisingly creative when it comes to filling in gaps. Sometimes, This creativity results in memories that feel very real, but never actually happened. These are called false memories, and they reveal just how fluid and fragile our grasp on the past can be. Imagine your memory as a puzzle. Sometimes pieces are missing, lost to time, distraction, or trauma. Your brain doesn't like holes. It wants a complete picture, so it begins to fill in the blanks. It borrows pieces from other puzzles. It paints over rough edges. It guesses what might fit best. Over time, these reconstructed memories become indistinguishable from those actually experienced. You may feel certain you remember something clearly, when in reality, parts of the memory, or even the whole thing, are fabrications. False memories can be surprisingly common. Research has shown that people can develop vivid recollections of events that never occurred, sometimes even ones that are deeply emotional or traumatic. This can happen because of suggestion, leading questions, misinterpretation of events, or the blending of imagination and reality. For example, hearing a story repeatedly or seeing a photo can plant the seeds of a memory, which grows and takes root in the mind, as if it were a personal experience. Our minds are wired to make sense of the world by creating narratives. We don't just store isolated facts. We store stories about ourselves and our lives. And sometimes, those stories need certain details to make sense. When the truth is missing or incomplete, the brain invents. This process happens unconsciously and with no intent to deceive. It's a natural function of how memory works, a way to maintain coherence and continuity in our sense of self. False memories can also arise from the brain's tendency to confabulate. Confabulation is a phenomenon where the mind fabricates memories without the intention to lie, often to fill in gaps caused by memory loss or confusion. This is common in people with brain injuries or neurological conditions, but even healthy brains can confabulate in subtle ways. You might remember having a conversation that never happened, or recall events out of sequence. Because memory is reconstructed each time you recall it, these inaccuracies can become reinforced over time. Emotion plays a significant role in the formation of false memories. Strong feelings, fear, guilt, love, shame, can color memories, exaggerate details, or alter perceptions. When you're anxious or stressed, your brain is more likely to misinterpret or distort events. The desire to protect oneself from pain or shame can unconsciously reshape memories, softening certain aspects while intensifying others. This emotional lens makes memories feel real, even if their factual basis is shaky. Another fascinating aspect is how imagination and dreaming can blur into memory. Your brain uses imagination to simulate future scenarios and rehearse possibilities, but sometimes these imagined events become entangled with actual memories. You might vividly remember something that was only a daydream or a wish. Dreams, especially, can leave behind strong emotional impressions that feel like memories upon waking. This malleability of memory means that what you recall today may not be the same as what you recalled yesterday or what you will recall tomorrow. Memory is a dynamic process, a dance between the past and the present. Each time you remember, you rewrite a little of your story, reshaping the narrative to fit your current understanding, beliefs, and feelings. False memories are not necessarily harmful. They can enrich our lives, adding depth and color to our personal narratives. They may foster empathy, create meaning, or protect us from harsh truths. However, they can also cause confusion, conflict, and distress, especially when they involve other people or important life events. Understanding that memory is fallible can be both unsettling and liberating. It reminds us that our minds are not prisons of fixed facts, but living landscapes shaped by perception and emotion. It encourages humility in our certainty and compassion for others' recollections. So next time you find yourself vividly recalling a moment, pause and consider. How much of this memory is fact, and how much might be the brain's beautiful, imperfect reconstruction? And perhaps, in that awareness, you will find a little more grace for yourself, for your mind, and for the elusive nature of what it means to remember. Sometimes, when faced with unbearable pain or overwhelming experiences, the mind takes an extraordinary step. It detaches. This detachment is known as dissociation, a complex psychological process where your consciousness separates from aspects of your experience, memories, feelings, or even your sense of identity. It's as if a part of you steps back and watches life unfold from a distance, while another part remains protected, safe from the full weight of what is happening. Dissociation can occur on a spectrum. At one end, it's something almost everyone experiences: daydreaming, getting lost in a book or movie, or the feeling of time slipping away during a moment of intense focus. These mild forms of dissociation are normal and even helpful, offering moments of relief or escape. But at the other end of the spectrum, dissociation can be a profound survival mechanism in response to trauma or extreme stress. When reality becomes too dangerous or painful, the brain may split the experience, effectively creating a psychological barrier between you and what is happening. You may feel numb, disconnected, or as if you're outside your own body. Memories may feel like they belong to someone else. Time may seem distorted, minutes stretching into hours or entire days feeling like a blur. This is not a sign of weakness or insanity. It is a remarkable adaptation, an emergency exit that your mind provides to protect itself when it cannot cope. Imagine you are trapped in a burning building. The flames are too intense, the smoke too thick. Your mind cannot face the full terror, so it steps outside the scene, becoming a silent observer rather than a participant. This allows you to survive the moment, even if it means losing connection to parts of yourself temporarily. Neuroscientifically, dissociation involves complex interactions between the brain's emotional and cognitive centers. The prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for reasoning and self-awareness, may dial down its activity, while other regions involved in sensation and emotion disconnect from conscious awareness. This disconnection can cause the fragmented memories and feelings that characterize dissociative states. For some, dissociation can be fleeting, brief moments of spacing out that resolve quickly. For others, especially those with histories of trauma, dissociation can become chronic, leading to disorders like dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder, or depersonalization, derealization disorder. In these cases, the mind's protective splits become more entrenched, creating distinct states of consciousness or persistent feelings of unreality. One of the challenges of dissociation is its effect on memory. Because the brain has compartmentalized the experience, certain memories may be inaccessible to conscious recall. You might have gaps in your memory, periods of time you cannot account for, or feel disconnected from emotions that logically should be tied to past events. These are not signs of forgetfulness, but evidence of the brain's protective barriers. Healing from dissociation often involves gently reconnecting these separated parts of experience. It requires creating safety, rebuilding trust in oneself, and slowly integrating the memories and emotions that were once too painful to hold. This process is delicate. Too much too soon can cause re-traumatization or further splitting. Therapies such as somatic experiencing, EMDR, eye movement, desensitization and reprocessing, and trauma-informed psychotherapy work by honoring the brain's protective mechanisms while guiding the mind toward wholeness. It's important to understand that dissociation is not a failure. It is a profound form of resilience. The mind is saying, I will protect you, even if it means I have to hide parts of your story. And while this protection may come at the cost of feeling fragmented or lost, it is also what has allowed many to survive unbearable experiences. If you find yourself slipping into moments of detachment, or if parts of your past feel like they belong to someone else, know this: your mind is trying to keep you safe. You are not alone. There is help, there is healing, and there is hope for reconnecting the scattered pieces into a story that feels whole again. In time, with compassion and support, the boundaries between separated parts of self can soften. The observer and the participant can come together. Memories can be reclaimed, feelings can be felt, and what was once fractured can begin to heal, not by forgetting what happened, but by learning to carry it differently. Some memories live in the spotlight of your consciousness, vivid and accessible, while others remain hidden, tucked away in corners you rarely visit. But then, there are memories that are hidden in plain sight, those that you carry every day without realizing they are there, influencing your thoughts, feelings, and actions in subtle but profound ways. These memories are like silent companions, whispering from the background, shaping who you are without ever demanding attention. These hidden memories might be moments you never fully processed at the time they occurred. Perhaps a fleeting remark from childhood, a glance from someone you loved, or an experience too confusing or painful to grasp. Because they weren't fully understood or acknowledged, your brain stored them beneath the surface, not as clear narratives, but as fragments, images, feelings, sensations. You might not consciously recall these memories, but your body remembers. A sudden tightening in your chest, a knot in your stomach, a feeling of unease in a particular place. These are clues. They are your hidden memories speaking through the language of the body. Often, you can feel their presence before you understand their meaning. Some hidden memories are like buried seeds. Dormant for years, they may sprout unexpectedly, triggered by a smell, a sound, or a situation that resonates with the original experience. You might suddenly feel overwhelmed by sadness or fear without knowing why. Or you may find yourself reacting strongly to something that, on the surface, seems unrelated. These moments can be disorienting, even frightening. They remind you that your past is never truly gone. It is alive, quietly shaping your present. The way your brain stores these hidden memories is fascinating. Unlike explicit memories, which you can describe and recall consciously, these memories often reside in implicit memory systems. They are encoded as patterns of emotion, muscle tension, and sensory impressions. Because they lack verbal context, they can feel mysterious and elusive. You might have the sensation of knowing something, without being able to say what it is. This is why therapy and self-exploration often focus on the body as much as the mind. Through practices like mindfulness, somatic therapy, or movement, people can begin to listen to these silent messages. By tuning into physical sensations and emotions, you may uncover memories that were never fully seen. This gentle awareness can lead to insight, healing, and integration. Hidden memories also play a role in shaping your identity. They influence your beliefs about yourself and others. You might carry a quiet feeling of unworthiness, mistrust, or fear that doesn't seem to connect to any conscious experience. These feelings are often echoes of hidden memories, silently guiding your relationships and choices. Recognizing them is the first step toward freeing yourself from their unconscious influence. But there is hope in the hidden. When you begin to notice these subtle signals, when you allow curiosity instead of fear, you open a door. You invite the memory to surface, to be acknowledged, to be held. This process can be slow and sometimes painful, but it is also deeply freeing. It allows you to reclaim parts of your story that have been lost in the shadows. It helps you understand yourself more fully, with compassion and kindness. Hidden memories are not enemies. They are parts of you that have waited patiently, sometimes for years, to be seen and heard. They carry wisdom, even if it comes wrapped in pain. They remind you that your mind and body have been working tirelessly to protect you, even when you were unaware. In the end, these hidden memories are gifts. They are keys to deeper self-understanding. They offer the chance to heal wounds you didn't know you carried and to embrace your whole story, light and shadow, clarity and mystery. So listen gently to your body. Watch for the quiet whispers beneath your thoughts. Trust that what is hidden is not lost, only waiting for the right moment to emerge. And when it does, welcome it with the softness and care it deserves, knowing that your journey toward wholeness is unfolding, one silent memory at a time. Certain scents have a remarkable power to reach deep into the hidden chambers of your mind, unlocking memories long forgotten or buried beneath the layers of time and emotion. The sense of smell is unlike any other. It bypasses the usual pathways of conscious thought and travels directly to the emotional core of your brain, stirring feelings and images that words often cannot capture. This mysterious connection between scent and memory is one of the most intimate and potent ways your brain preserves your past. The olfactory system, responsible for your sense of smell, is uniquely connected to the limbic system, the part of your brain that governs emotions and memory. Unlike other senses, which pass through the thalamus, the brain's relay center, before reaching higher cortical areas, smell signals take a more direct route. They reach the amygdala and hippocampus almost immediately, the very regions where memories and emotions intertwine. This close relationship explains why a single whiff of something familiar, a certain perfume, the smell of rain, the scent of freshly baked bread, can suddenly flood your mind with vivid recollections. These olfactory-triggered memories often feel more emotional and less detailed than memories recalled through sight or sound. They may not come with a full narrative, but rather with a strong feeling or atmosphere. For example, the smell of pine might remind you of childhood holidays spent in the forest, not through a clear picture, but as a warm sense of comfort and belonging. Or the scent of an old book might transport you to a quiet library where you once studied, wrapped in a peaceful silence. Interestingly, olfactory memories are among the oldest and most resilient types of memories. Because the brain regions involved are evolutionarily ancient, scent memories can persist even when other types of memory fade or become fragmented. This is why, even in conditions like Alzheimer's disease, people often retain the ability to recognize familiar smells long after they have trouble recalling faces or words. The power of scent to unlock memory also has a deeply personal and sometimes unexpected nature. A fragrance you loved but stopped wearing years ago may suddenly evoke feelings of nostalgia or longing when encountered again. Conversely, a smell associated with trauma or loss can trigger intense emotional responses, anxiety, sadness, or even physical discomfort, without conscious understanding of why. These reactions are your brain's way of communicating through the language of scent, bringing forward memories that may not be fully accessible to your waking mind. Many cultures have long understood the connection between smell and memory, incorporating aromas into rituals of healing, remembrance, and celebration. The use of incense, essential oils, and fragrant herbs serves not only to soothe the body, but also to awaken the spirit and evoke the past. Modern science now confirms what ancient wisdom intuited. Scent can be a bridge between the present moment and the deepest parts of your inner world. In everyday life, you can harness this connection to foster well-being and self-awareness. Paying attention to the smells around you, whether the fresh earth after rain, the sharpness of citrus, or the sweetness of flowers, can ground you in the present while gently opening doors to past experiences and feelings. Aromatherapy uses this principle to support emotional healing, helping to ease stress, enhance mood, and reconnect fragmented memories. It's also a reminder of how your brain stores experience in rich, multi-sensory ways. Memory is not just about facts or images. It is about sensations, emotions, and embodied experience. When a scent stirs a memory, it often awakens the whole person. The way your heart beats faster, your breath changes, the tiny hairs on your skin respond. This holistic recall can bring insight and healing in ways that words alone cannot. Sometimes a familiar scent can surprise you by unlocking a memory you didn't realize you had lost. It might be a forgotten place, a person, or a feeling that comes rushing back, vivid and immediate. These moments can be joyful or painful, confusing or clarifying, but they always carry a message. Your past is never truly gone. It is alive in the air you breathe, waiting patiently to be remembered. So when you catch a scent that feels oddly familiar or unexpectedly powerful, pause, breathe deeply, allow yourself to be transported, even for a moment. Trust that your brain is offering you a gift, a glimpse into the hidden archive of your life. And in that fleeting moment, you reconnect not only with a memory, but with a part of yourself that has been quietly waiting to be found. Deep within the architecture of your brain lies a tiny but mighty structure called the amygdala. Though small in size, the amygdala plays a powerful role in how you experience and process memories, especially those tied to emotion. It is often described as the brain's emotional sentinel, scanning your environment for signals of safety or threat, and orchestrating your reactions to what you perceive. When it comes to memory, the amygdala is like a spotlight operator, highlighting what matters most and coloring the memories with emotional intensity. The amygdala works closely with the hippocampus, which is responsible for forming and organizing memories. While the hippocampus provides the context, the who, what, when, and where, the amygdala provides the emotional charge. It determines whether a memory will be remembered vividly or fade into the background. This emotional tagging is crucial. It is what makes certain experiences unforgettable and others easily forgotten. When you experience something emotionally intense, whether it's joy, fear, anger, or sadness, the amygdala springs into action. It releases neurotransmitters and stress hormones like adrenaline and cortisol, which enhance the encoding of that memory. This biological response ensures that important emotional events are stored more robustly, increasing the likelihood that you will remember them later. From an evolutionary perspective, this makes perfect sense. Remembering danger helps you avoid it in the future. Remembering joy encourages you to seek it again. However, the amygdala's influence is a double-edged sword. In moments of trauma or overwhelming stress, the amygdala can become hyperactive, flooding the brain with intense emotions. This heightened state can lead to memories that are fragmented, disorganized, or seared into your consciousness with painful clarity. You might recall certain details of a traumatic event in vivid, sometimes intrusive flashes, while other parts remain inaccessible. This uneven encoding is partly due to how the amygdala prioritizes emotional salience over coherence. On the other hand, the amygdala can also contribute to memory suppression. When an experience is too overwhelming, it may trigger the brain's protective mechanisms, dampening the memory's accessibility to conscious awareness. The amygdala signals that the emotional load is too heavy, and the mind retreats, pushing the memory into the subconscious. This suppression can serve as a shield, helping you maintain functioning in daily life, but it may also leave behind unresolved feelings or unexplained anxiety. The amygdala's role in emotional memory also explains why certain triggers can evoke powerful reactions long after the original event. A smell, a sound, a sight, anything linked to an emotional memory can activate the amygdala and bring the associated feelings rushing back. Sometimes these reactions seem disproportionate to the current situation, but they reflect the brain's survival wiring, where emotional memory often overrides logical reasoning. Interestingly, the amygdala is not just about fear and pain. It also plays a vital role in positive emotional memories. The thrill of a first love, the pride of achievement, the warmth of a kind gesture. All these moments are stamped into your memory with the amygdala's help. This means your emotional brain helps shape not only what you fear, but also what you cherish. Understanding the amygdala's role offers insight into how memory and emotion are intertwined, and why healing emotional wounds often requires addressing the memories and feelings stored there. Therapeutic approaches that engage the emotional brain, such as trauma-focused therapy, mindfulness, and somatic practices, work to recalibrate the amygdala's responses, helping to soothe hyperactivity and integrate fragmented memories. Ultimately, the amygdala is a guardian of your emotional life. It ensures that your memories carry the weight of feeling, making your past not just a series of events, but a tapestry of lived experience. While its power can sometimes feel overwhelming, it is also what allows you to remember what truly matters, the moments that shaped you, scared you, and made you human. So when you find yourself suddenly flooded with emotion, whether joy, fear, or sorrow, remember that deep within, your amygdala is lighting up, connecting you to the profound emotional truths embedded in your memories. It is a reminder that your brain doesn't just store facts, it carries your heart. There are times when memories are not lost, but actively pushed away, hidden not by accident or decay, but by deliberate effort. This process is known as suppression, a conscious or semi-conscious choice to avoid thinking about certain experiences, feelings, or thoughts. Unlike repression, which is largely unconscious, suppression involves a degree of awareness. You sense that a memory or emotion is present, but you decide not to let it enter your conscious mind. This choice can be subtle, like changing the subject in a conversation, or more overt, like refusing to dwell on a painful event. Suppression serves as a psychological shield. Life can throw us into situations that feel overwhelming. Grief, shame, trauma, fear. The mind instinctively seeks to protect itself from being flooded by these heavy emotions. By choosing not to think about certain things, you create a temporary refuge, a safe space where you can function without being weighed down by pain. The act of suppression is not inherently harmful. In fact, it can be adaptive. When you're in a stressful situation, say, giving a presentation or navigating a crisis, suppressing distracting or distressing thoughts can help you stay focused and perform better. It is a form of emotional regulation, a tool that lets you compartmentalize until you are ready to process difficult material more fully. But suppression is a double-edged sword. Memories and emotions that are suppressed don't disappear. Instead, they remain active beneath the surface, sometimes gaining strength. Because you are not fully acknowledging them, these hidden parts can influence your mood, behavior, and even physical health in unexpected ways. You might find yourself feeling anxious or irritable without knowing why. You might have unexplained aches or tensions in your body. You might struggle with relationships, reacting strongly to triggers that seem unrelated to the present moment. Over time, chronic suppression can become exhausting. The mental energy required to keep memories at bay is significant. It's like holding a beach ball underwater. Constant effort is needed to prevent it from surfacing. When the pressure builds too much, suppressed memories can break through suddenly and powerfully, often in the form of intrusive thoughts, flashbacks, or emotional outbursts. These moments can feel overwhelming and confusing, leaving you wondering why memories you tried so hard to avoid have returned with such force. Suppression can also interfere with genuine healing. While it might provide short-term relief, avoiding painful memories prevents you from fully processing and integrating them. Healing often requires facing difficult truths, feeling the associated emotions, and making sense of what happened. Without this process, unresolved memories can fester, contributing to ongoing emotional distress or even physical illness. Interestingly, suppression can vary greatly between individuals and cultures. Some people are more prone to suppress memories due to personality traits, upbringing, or social expectations. For example, cultures that discourage open expression of emotion may encourage suppression as a way to maintain social harmony. While this can provide structure, it may also make it harder for individuals to access and work through their hidden memories. Therapeutic approaches often focus on helping people gently lower the barriers of suppression. Mindfulness, journaling, and supportive counseling can create safe spaces where suppressed memories can emerge gradually, allowing for reflection and healing. The goal is not to force remembrance, but to invite it when the mind and body are ready. Suppression is also linked to the concept of cognitive control, the ability to manage and direct your attention. Your brain is constantly balancing between what you want to remember and what you need to forget, consciously or unconsciously. This balancing act is a sign of a brain that is working to protect and sustain you. even if the process feels difficult or confusing at times. Ultimately, suppression reflects the mind's remarkable capacity to navigate the complexities of experience. It is a testament to resilience, a way the brain tries to keep you safe while carrying the weight of your story. When you recognize suppression in yourself, it can be an invitation to practice kindness, to acknowledge that some memories are heavy and need to be approached with care, to understand that healing is not a race, but a journey, one where you decide when and how to lower the shield and welcome your hidden past into the light. In this way, suppression is not a failure or flaw. It is a quiet guardian, a temporary shelter, and with time, patience, and compassion, the memories you have chosen to set aside can become pieces of your wholeness, waiting to be embraced in their own perfect time. Not all memories live in the light of your conscious mind. Many reside quietly beneath the surface, shaping your actions and reactions without ever being spoken or consciously recalled. These are implicit memories, silent witnesses stored in the deeper layers of your brain, influencing how you move through the world in subtle yet profound ways. Unlike explicit memories, which you can deliberately call to mind and describe in detail, implicit memories operate automatically. They are encoded not in words or stories, but in patterns of sensation, behavior, and emotion. Your body remembers what your mind may have forgotten. Imagine learning to ride a bicycle. After enough practice, you no longer think about balancing or pedaling. Your body just knows how to do it. This skill is an implicit memory. It is stored in areas of the brain such as the basal ganglia and cerebellum, which manage movement and coordination. You don't have to consciously remember how to ride. It has become second nature. But implicit memory goes far beyond physical skills. It includes learned emotional responses, conditioned reactions, and habits formed through experience. For example, you may feel uneasy in certain social situations without knowing why. You might develop a preference for particular foods or smells without recalling when you first encountered them. These feelings and preferences are echoes of implicit memories formed through past experiences, often early in life, before you had the language to understand or explain them. Implicit memory also plays a critical role in how you perceive and respond to others. From infancy, your brain is attuned to social cues, tone of voice, facial expressions, body language. These experiences shape unconscious templates that guide your interactions. If you grew up in an environment where a certain tone meant danger, your implicit memory might trigger anxiety when you hear similar tones later, even if the current situation is safe. These automatic responses are survival tools, finely tuned by your early experiences. Because implicit memories bypass conscious awareness, they can sometimes create confusion or conflict. You might find yourself reacting with fear or anger to situations that logically seem harmless. You may struggle with feelings of low self-worth or mistrust without understanding their origin. These reactions are not arbitrary. They are the voice of memories stored deep within you, shaping your world silently. Healing implicit memories requires a different approach than recalling explicit ones. Since these memories are not accessed through words or narrative, therapy often involves the body, movement, touch, breath, and sensory experience. Practices like somatic therapy, mindfulness, yoga, and EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, help bring awareness to these unconscious patterns, allowing the body to release and reorganize stored experiences. Implicit memory also explains why trauma can feel like it's stored in the body. Even when the mind has forgotten or suppressed a painful event, the body remembers through muscle tension, posture, and physiological responses. By working with the body, you can access and transform these hidden memories, facilitating healing at a fundamental level. Importantly, implicit memory is not only about pain or trauma, it also carries positive experiences, comfort, safety, joy, that can become resources for resilience and growth. Early experiences of nurturing, affection, and play can be stored as implicit memories that support emotional regulation and well-being throughout life. Your implicit memory is like an ancient diary, written not in words, but in movement, sensation, and emotion. It is a foundational part of who you are, shaping your habits, your instincts, your personality, often beneath your conscious awareness. When you begin to listen to your body, to notice automatic reactions without judgment, you open a door. You invite these silent memories to be seen and felt. And through this gentle awareness, you can begin to rewrite old patterns, freeing yourself from unconscious influences and stepping more fully into your present life. So next time you feel a reaction you can't explain, a flutter of anxiety, a sudden rush of joy, a deep sense of calm, remember, your implicit memory is speaking. It is telling a story you may not yet know, but one that holds keys to understanding, healing, and transformation. Have you ever experienced a strange, unsettling sensation? A feeling that a moment is somehow familiar, even though you know you've never been there before? Perhaps you've walked into a new place and felt an eerie sense of déjà vu, or met someone and had the uncanny impression that you've known them your entire life. This mysterious feeling is more than just a fleeting curiosity. It taps into some of the deepest and most elusive aspects of memory and consciousness. Déjà vu, a French term meaning already seen, is a phenomenon that has fascinated scientists, philosophers, and everyday people for centuries. It describes the sensation that a current experience is repeating itself even though it's happening for the first time. The moment feels strangely real, as if you are living a memory, except it doesn't quite fit with your understanding of what you've actually experienced. The science behind déjà vu is complex and not fully understood, but researchers believe it arises from how the brain processes memories. One theory suggests that it results from a temporary mismatch between different memory systems. For example, your brain may momentarily confuse the present moment with a stored memory, making the current experience feel like a replay of the past. This glitch in the timing or flow of information creates a brief illusion of familiarity. Another possibility is that déjà vu involves implicit memory. Sometimes, subtle cues, like a particular scent, sound, or visual pattern, can trigger unconscious memories. These fragments don't surface as full recollections, but create a feeling that something is familiar. Your brain picks up on these cues, and you experience a sense of recognition without conscious awareness of the original memory. It's as if your mind is whispering, "You've been here before," even though logically you know you haven't. Interestingly, déjà vu is linked to the temporal lobe of the brain, a region deeply involved in memory formation and retrieval. Studies have shown that people with temporal lobe epilepsy often experience intense déjà vu just before a seizure. This connection suggests that déjà vu is related to the neural circuits responsible for integrating memory and perception. Déjà vu also reveals how fragile and malleable memory can be. It shows that memory is not a fixed record, but a dynamic process, constantly reconstructing and interpreting information. The sensation of already seen hints at the brain's intricate dance between past and present, between what is remembered and what is being experienced now. On a more mystical or philosophical level, some have interpreted déjà vu as a glimpse beyond ordinary time, a moment when the boundaries between past, present, and future blur. In these moments, consciousness feels fluid, as if time folds in on itself. Whether or not one believes in such interpretations, the experience speaks to the profound mystery of human memory and awareness. Déjà vu can be both delightful and disconcerting. For some, it sparks wonder and curiosity, a brief doorway into the mysteries of the mind. For others, it may provoke anxiety or confusion, especially if the feeling is intense or frequent. But in all cases, it invites reflection on how memory shapes our reality. What makes déjà vu particularly fascinating is that it reminds us that our experience of reality is deeply subjective. Your brain is not just a passive recorder of events. It actively constructs your perception of the world, weaving together fragments of memory, sensation, and expectation. Sometimes, this weaving process reveals its own seams, creating moments where past and present intertwine. In everyday life, déjà vu may serve as a subtle reminder to pay attention to the details, the feelings, the undercurrents of experience that normally go unnoticed. It encourages mindfulness, inviting you to explore the layers beneath the surface of perception. So whenever you find yourself caught in that strange, fleeting sense of familiarity, embrace it. Let it be a gentle nudge from your mind, a whisper from the depths of memory, reminding you that who you are is a tapestry woven from countless threads, some clear, some hidden, some waiting to be rediscovered. Your brain is not a static vault where memories sit unchanged, like photographs on a shelf. Instead, it acts more like an editing suite, constantly revisiting, revising, and sometimes rewriting the story of your past. Each time you recall a memory, you do not simply pull up a perfect recording, you reconstruct it, often blending fragments of what happened with your current feelings, beliefs, and understanding. In this way, your past is not fixed. It is fluid, evolving with you through time. This process of memory editing begins the moment a memory is formed and continues every time it is accessed. Unlike a videotape that plays back exactly the same scene, your memories are more like paintings that you repaint each time you look at them. Sometimes, the colors become brighter or softer. Sometimes, you add new details. Other times, you lose pieces of the original picture. This continuous reshaping reflects both the strengths and vulnerabilities of human memory. One reason your brain edits memories is to maintain coherence in your life story. Your sense of self depends on a narrative that makes sense, even if reality is messy or contradictory. If an experience challenges how you see yourself or the world, your brain might alter the memory to reduce internal conflict. For example, you might remember a difficult conversation as less harsh than it actually was, or reinterpret a failure as a learning opportunity. These changes help preserve emotional balance and psychological stability. The emotional state you are in when recalling a memory plays a huge role in how it is edited. If you are feeling happy, you may remember past events more positively. If you are anxious or sad, memories can take on a darker tone. This mood-congruent recall means that your current feelings tint the way you see the past, creating memories that reflect not just what happened, but how you feel now. Sometimes, memories are edited to protect you from pain. Your brain might unconsciously soften or omit traumatic details to shield you from distress. This selective editing can make certain memories blurry or incomplete, while others stand out in sharp relief. These edits are not conscious lies, but instinctive acts of self-preservation. The reconstructive nature of memory also explains why different people remember the same event differently. Each person's memories are filtered through their unique perspectives, emotions, and experiences. What you recall about a shared event may vary significantly from what someone else remembers. Both memories can be true in their own way, shaped by the individual's mind. This editing process doesn't mean memory is unreliable in a harmful way. It allows you to adapt and integrate your experiences. By reshaping memories, you can find new meanings, heal wounds, and grow emotionally. It is part of your brain's remarkable plasticity, a capacity not just for learning, but for transforming the story of who you are. However, this fluidity can also make memory tricky to trust completely. It's why eyewitness testimony can be fallible and why personal recollections can shift over time. Memory is less about perfect accuracy and more about constructing a usable, meaningful narrative. Interestingly, the act of remembering itself strengthens memories. Each time you recall an event, you reinforce it, but also open it up to change. This is why therapy often involves revisiting memories. By consciously engaging with the past, you can reshape how it affects you in the present. You can soften painful memories, clarify confusing ones, and integrate fractured pieces into a more coherent whole. Sleep also plays a crucial role in this editing process. During rest, the brain reviews the day's experiences, consolidating some memories while pruning others. This nocturnal editing helps keep your mental library organized and relevant. Your brain's editing suite is a testament to its complexity and intelligence. It does not simply archive your past, it actively curates it, blending memory and meaning, fact and feeling, past and present. This dynamic process shapes not only what you remember, but who you become. So when you recall a memory, know that you are not just revisiting a fixed scene. You are participating in an ongoing act of creation, an intimate dialogue between your past and your present self. And through this dialogue, you continue to write the ever-evolving story of your life. There is a soft, gentle whisper that sometimes rises from the depths of memory, a feeling of warmth and longing that seems to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. This whisper is nostalgia, a bittersweet emotion that connects you to the past while coloring it with the hues of the present. Nostalgia is not just a simple recollection. It is a complex, emotional experience that blends memory, desire, and meaning into a delicate echo of what once was. Nostalgia often surfaces unexpectedly. A song on the radio, the scent of rain on dry earth, the sight of an old photograph. These triggers open a door to a time that feels both distant and intimately close. When you step through that door, you might find yourself reliving moments of childhood, friendship, love, or joy, times when life seemed simpler, safer, or more vibrant. Yet this revisiting is tinged with sadness, a recognition that those moments have passed and cannot be fully reclaimed. Psychologists have long studied nostalgia and discovered that it serves important emotional and psychological functions. Far from being a mere indulgence in sentimentality, nostalgia can provide comfort during times of stress or loneliness. It helps anchor your sense of identity by reminding you of who you were, who you are, and the connections that have shaped your life. In this way, nostalgia is a bridge between past and present, weaving continuity into the fabric of your personal story. At its core, nostalgia is about connection. Connection to people, places, and experiences that matter deeply. It often involves a yearning not just for a time, but for the feelings associated with that time. Love, belonging, safety, or freedom. These feelings linger like soft footprints in the mind, guiding you back to moments that gave your life meaning. Nostalgia also highlights the bittersweet nature of memory. It embraces both joy and loss simultaneously. The sweetness comes from recalling treasured moments. The bitterness arises from the awareness that those moments are gone, changed by time and circumstance. This duality gives nostalgia its poignant power, allowing it to evoke profound reflection on the passage of life. Interestingly, nostalgia can influence how you perceive your current situation. By recalling positive memories, nostalgia can boost mood, increase feelings of social connectedness, and even enhance resilience. It reminds you that difficult times are not the whole story, that your life is also filled with beauty and meaning. In this way, nostalgia acts as an emotional resource, a quiet strength you carry within. However, nostalgia is not without its challenges. If you become too attached to the past, it can create a longing so strong that it inhibits your ability to engage fully with the present. Clinging to idealized memories may lead to dissatisfaction or a sense of loss that overshadows current joys. The trick is to allow nostalgia to enrich your life without trapping you in it. Nostalgia's influence extends beyond individual experience. It shapes culture, art, and community. Festivals, music, literature, and traditions often draw upon nostalgic themes, creating shared spaces where collective memories and values are celebrated and preserved. These cultural expressions help maintain a sense of continuity and belonging across generations. On a neurological level, nostalgia involves brain regions associated with memory, emotion, and self-reflection. When you feel nostalgic, areas like the hippocampus and amygdala are active, weaving together memories and emotions. This neural interplay creates the rich, immersive quality of nostalgic experience. In everyday life, nostalgia invites you to pause and reflect. It encourages gratitude for the journeys you've taken and the people who have walked alongside you. It reminds you that your story is layered, textured, and deeply human. So when a wave of nostalgia washes over you, a soft song from the past, the familiar scent of home, a forgotten photograph, embrace it. Let it gently carry you back to the places and feelings that have shaped your soul. And in that gentle remembering, find comfort in the continuity of your life, knowing that the past is always with you, a quiet whisper beneath the noise of the present. Your memories are more than a collection of moments. They are the threads that weave together your sense of self. Who you are today is deeply intertwined with what you remember about your past. Memory shapes your identity, giving coherence and meaning to the flow of your life. But what happens when the memories that define you begin to shift, fade, or vanish? How do you understand yourself without the full story of where you came from? Identity and memory are inseparable. From early childhood, your brain collects experiences that form the foundation of your personal narrative. These memories help you answer fundamental questions. Who am I? Where do I belong? What is my place in the world? Through stories told by yourself and others, you build a sense of continuity, linking past, present, and future. This narrative self is not just about facts. It's about meaning, values, and emotions. But memory is not perfect. Some memories are vivid and enduring, while others slip away or become distorted. Loss, trauma, or neurological conditions can fracture memory, leaving gaps in the story you tell yourself. When this happens, your sense of identity can feel threatened. Without the anchor of memory, you might feel adrift, disconnected, or uncertain about who you are. Interestingly, the brain compensates for these gaps by creating new narratives or filling in missing pieces. This process can help maintain a coherent identity, but it can also lead to confusion or conflict. You might adopt beliefs about yourself based on incomplete or inaccurate memories, which can influence your behavior and relationships in profound ways. The connection between memory and identity is especially evident in conditions like Alzheimer's disease, where memory loss gradually erodes the continuity of self. People with dementia may struggle to recognize themselves or their loved ones, illustrating how closely tied memory is to personal identity. Even in less severe cases, everyday forgetting can momentarily disrupt your sense of who you are. But identity is also resilient. It is not solely dependent on explicit memories. Implicit memories, those stored unconsciously in your body and emotions, also contribute to your sense of self. Your habits, preferences, fears, and strengths are shaped by experiences you may not consciously recall. These embodied memories provide stability when conscious memory falters. Furthermore, identity is dynamic, not fixed. As you grow and change, your memories evolve, and so does your self-concept. You integrate new experiences, revise old stories, and sometimes let go of parts of your past. This fluidity allows you to adapt and reinvent yourself throughout life. The process of remembering and reflecting on your past can be therapeutic. Revisiting memories, especially challenging ones, with compassion can help you understand your story more deeply and foster a coherent sense of self. Practices like journaling, therapy, and storytelling support this integration, enabling healing and growth. Culture and community also play vital roles in shaping identity through shared memories and collective narratives. Traditions, history, and social bonds help root individuals within larger stories, providing a sense of belonging and purpose. Yet, the relationship between memory and identity also raises profound philosophical questions. If memories define who you are, what happens when they change? Are you still the same person? These questions invite reflection on the nature of self and consciousness, reminding us that identity is both mysterious and deeply personal. In everyday life, your memories are the foundation upon which you build your life's meaning. They color your hopes, fears, relationships, and choices. When you recall a moment from your past, you are not just remembering an event, you are reaffirming a part of yourself. So cherish your memories, the clear and the hazy, the joyful and the painful, for they are the echoes that shape your soul. And know that even when some memories fade or change, the essence of who you are continues to grow, rooted in the stories you carry and the life you live. There are moments in life when the mind feels fragile, vulnerable, and overwhelmed by loss. In these times, your brain may choose to protect you by retreating, by shielding your conscious awareness from the full weight of grief. When a beloved person departs, when a dream shatters, or when a sudden change disrupts your world, the pain can be so intense that remembering every detail feels unbearable. And so, your mind may begin to protect itself by softening or hiding those memories, keeping them just out of reach until you are ready to face them. This protective mechanism is not weakness. It is an act of profound self-preservation. The brain understands that trauma and loss can destabilize your emotional equilibrium, your sense of safety, and even your sense of identity. To survive, it sometimes has to hold back, to create emotional distance between you and the rawness of your experience. This distancing allows you to keep functioning, to breathe, to carry on, even when your heart feels shattered. When the mind shields itself from grief, memories associated with the loss may become fragmented or muted. You might find yourself unable to recall the moment clearly, or you may remember it without the full intensity of feeling. Sometimes the memories feel like distant echoes, hazy and surreal. This is not forgetting, it is buffering. The memories are still there, stored deep within your brain, but they are wrapped in layers of protective fog. This fog can be confusing. You might feel disconnected from your own sorrow or wonder if you are grieving correctly. Society often expects visible, linear grief, a clear timeline of mourning and recovery. But the reality is more complex. The brain's protective systems mean that grief can be non-linear, delayed, or experienced in waves. Sometimes, the pain emerges unexpectedly, triggered by a scent, a song, a place, or a quiet moment. Other times, it remains beneath the surface, influencing your mood or behavior without a clear cause. This hidden grief can manifest physically. You might notice tension in your body, fatigue, or unexplained aches. Emotions like sadness, anger, or guilt might arise without conscious understanding. These are the somatic echoes of loss, the ways your body remembers what your mind is still protecting you from fully feeling. Healing from this kind of grief often requires patience and gentleness. It invites you to create safe spaces where memories and feelings can be explored gradually, without rush or pressure. Supportive relationships, therapeutic practices, and mindful awareness can help you lower the protective barriers over time, allowing you to encounter your loss with compassion. Importantly, this process is unique to each person. Some people may revisit their grief quickly, expressing emotions openly and integrating memories rapidly. Others may carry hidden grief for years, only beginning to unravel it later in life. Both paths are valid. The brain's way of protecting itself is deeply personal, tailored to what you need to survive. Grief that is softened or hidden is not a sign that love was absent or memories unimportant. On the contrary, it reflects the depth of your attachment and the brain's commitment to safeguarding you. The mind holds onto the love while shielding you from unbearable pain. In time, the fog may lift. Memories may return with greater clarity and emotion. The protective walls may lower, and the full weight of grief may be experienced. This is a difficult but necessary part of healing, a process of integration where loss is acknowledged, mourned, and woven into the fabric of your life story. Even when memories of loss are hidden or softened, they remain part of you. They shape your resilience, your empathy, your understanding of what it means to love and to lose. Through this silent carrying, you honor the depth of your connection and prepare for the eventual reconciliation with your grief. So if you find parts of your sorrow elusive or memories dimmed, remember, your brain is protecting you with kindness and wisdom. Trust that when you are ready, the memories and feelings will come forward, not to overwhelm you, but to help you heal and to keep the love alive in a new way. Deep within the intricate labyrinth of your brain lies a hidden archive, a collection of secrets, memories, and experiences locked away beyond the reach of your everyday awareness. These are memories not just forgotten or faded, but deliberately concealed, sometimes even from yourself. The mind's ability to lock away certain memories is one of its most profound and mysterious survival strategies. This hidden vault holds stories too painful, confusing, or dangerous to be faced openly, yet they continue to shape your inner world in silent and powerful ways. The brain does not lock memories away arbitrarily. It is guided by an innate wisdom aimed at protecting your psychological and emotional well-being. When an experience is overwhelmingly traumatic or deeply threatening to your sense of self, conscious recall can feel unbearable. In response, your brain engages mechanisms that compartmentalize and isolate these memories, placing them in a mental space that is out of direct conscious access. This process is sometimes unconscious, occurring without your intentional control, reflecting the brain's instinct to safeguard you. These hidden memories are often associated with trauma, events involving extreme fear, helplessness, or pain. They might relate to childhood abuse, accidents, loss, or other experiences that the mind could not fully process at the time. Because the memories are locked away, you may have gaps in your life story or feel sensations and emotions that seem disconnected from any clear source. This disconnection can be confusing, leaving you with a sense of something missing or unresolved. Neurologically, hidden memories are thought to be stored in areas of the brain that do not easily communicate with the parts responsible for conscious memory retrieval. The amygdala, hippocampus, and other limbic structures play critical roles in encoding emotional memories, while the prefrontal cortex, which governs conscious thought and narrative, may be bypassed or inhibited when memories are hidden. This neural separation helps explain why some memories are vivid and accessible, while others remain locked in silence. The impact of hidden memories extends beyond simple forgetting. Even when concealed, these memories influence emotions, behaviors, and relationships. You might find yourself reacting to triggers, certain smells, sounds, or situations with fear, anger, or anxiety without understanding why. Your body may carry tension, discomfort, or pain linked to memories that your mind cannot name. This somatic memory reflects how deeply embedded these hidden experiences are, stored not just in thought, but in physical sensation. Uncovering hidden memories is often a delicate and gradual process. It requires creating a sense of safety and trust, both internally and externally, to gently lower the barriers guarding these parts of yourself. Therapeutic approaches that honor the brain's protective mechanisms, such as trauma-informed therapy, somatic experiencing, EMDR, and mindfulness, can facilitate this emergence. They help integrate hidden memories into conscious awareness in a way that promotes healing rather than re-traumatization. The journey to reclaim hidden memories can be challenging, but it also offers profound opportunities for growth. Bringing these memories into the light allows you to make sense of experiences that once fragmented your identity. It opens the door to understanding, compassion, and self-acceptance. You begin to see that what was hidden was not a secret shame, but a survival strategy, a testament to your resilience. Importantly, hidden memories are not the whole story of who you are. They are parts, sometimes painful, sometimes confusing, within a larger narrative of strength and growth. As you uncover and integrate these memories, you reclaim your wholeness. You transform silence into story, fragmentation into coherence. In everyday life, hidden memories may surface in subtle ways. A flash of emotion, a dream, a sudden insight. They remind you that the past is not simply behind you, it is within you, waiting patiently to be known. Listening to these whispers with kindness and curiosity can guide you towards deeper self-understanding and healing. Your mind's hidden vault is both a protector and a keeper of truth. It safeguards you when you need it most, even as it waits for the moment you are ready to unlock its doors. And when that moment comes, you have the strength to face the stories held there, with courage, compassion, and the hope of becoming more fully yourself. Your memories are not just private experiences locked inside your mind. They also carry powerful influences from the stories, beliefs, and knowledge you absorb from the world around you. Among these external sources, the stories and secrets passed down through generations, often referred to as secrets or hidden knowledge, can become part of your mental landscape, shaping your understanding of yourself and reality in subtle and profound ways. Secrets are fascinating because they are both shared and concealed. They live in the spaces between what is spoken and what is withheld. Family secrets, cultural taboos, personal silences, they all have a way of embedding themselves deep into the psyche. Even if you are not consciously aware of a secret, it can influence your thoughts, emotions, and memories, acting like a silent force shaping your identity and worldview. Psychologically, the weight of secrets can be heavy. The mind often responds to secrecy by creating barriers, defenses that protect you from the anxiety or shame associated with the hidden information. These defenses can take the form of repression, denial, or dissociation. The secret becomes a kind of invisible burden carried in the mind and body without explicit acknowledgement. This hidden knowledge may manifest as vague feelings of unease, mistrust, or fragmentation. Moreover, secrets can alter the way memories are stored and accessed. When a memory involves something secretive or forbidden, the brain may compartmentalize it to prevent exposure. This can lead to partial amnesia or fragmented recollections, where certain details are blurred or inaccessible. The secrecy surrounding a memory intensifies its emotional charge, making it both more powerful and more vulnerable. In family systems, secrets often serve as unspoken rules. They can maintain dynamics of power, protection, or control. For example, a family may collectively avoid discussing certain topics, illness, addiction, trauma, which affects how individual members remember and interpret their experiences. These silences shape the narrative that each person carries, influencing not only memory, but also identity and relationships. Cultural and societal secrets play a similar role on a larger scale. Histories that are suppressed or rewritten, marginalized voices that are silenced, and taboos that shape collective consciousness all feed into the shared memories and myths of communities. These hidden narratives impact how individuals within those cultures remember their past and understand their place in the world. The psychological impact of holding or inheriting secrets is complex. On one hand, secrets can protect individuals and groups by containing painful or dangerous information. On the other hand, they can isolate, distort reality, and create inner conflict. The tension between concealment and revelation is a powerful dynamic that influences mental health and well-being. Healing in the presence of secrets often involves bringing hidden knowledge into the light. This process requires safety, trust, and sometimes guidance. Therapy and supportive relationships can provide spaces where secrets can be explored gently and compassionately. When secrets are acknowledged, understood, and integrated, they lose some of their power to disrupt and fragment. At a broader level, acknowledging the role of secrets in memory invites a more nuanced understanding of the self. It recognizes that our memories are not purely individual, but are entwined with the histories and silences of those around us. Our personal stories are woven into collective tapestries, filled with threads both visible and hidden. Secrets also highlight the moral and ethical dimensions of memory. They raise questions about what is told and untold, what is shared and concealed, and how these choices shape truth and understanding. They remind us that memory is not only about accuracy, but about context, meaning, and connection. In your own life, you may carry secrets, either your own or inherited, that influence how you remember and relate to your past. Becoming aware of these hidden influences can be challenging, but also deeply liberating. It allows you to reclaim agency over your narrative, to choose what to carry forward, and to release what no longer serves you. Ultimately, the hidden knowledge stored in secrets is part of the intricate architecture of your mind. It shapes your memories, your identity, and your relationships in ways both subtle and profound. By gently uncovering and understanding these hidden parts, you open the door to greater wholeness, clarity, and peace. Memory is often thought of as a reliable record of the past, a faithful diary stored within the brain. Yet, in reality, memory is a complex, malleable process shaped by perception, emotion, and cognition. One of the most fascinating aspects of memory is how it can be influenced by suggestion, misinformation, and social pressure, sometimes leading us to remember events that never happened or to distort what did. This phenomenon reveals just how fragile and reconstructive memory truly is. Imagine being asked about a past event, a car accident, a childhood birthday, a conversation with a friend. The questions posed to you, the way they are phrased, and the context in which you recall the memory can all subtly shape what you remember. Psychologists call this the misinformation effect. Even a small suggestion or leading question can implant false details, causing you to reconstruct the memory inaccurately. Over time, these distortions can become indistinguishable from true recollections. This susceptibility is not a sign of dishonesty or failure. It reflects how memory works. When you recall an event, you are not simply playing back a video. Instead, your brain reconstructs the memory from fragments, piecing together sensory details, emotions, and contextual clues. Each act of remembering is a new creation, vulnerable to alteration. If external information seeps in, whether from a conversation, media, or internal biases, it can be woven into the fabric of the memory. Social influences also play a powerful role. The desire to conform, to be accepted, or to please others can lead people to adopt memories that align with group narratives, even if they contradict their own experience. This phenomenon, known as social contagion of memory, demonstrates how collective memory is shaped not just by facts, but by interpersonal dynamics. False memories can also arise from the blending of imagination and reality. When you vividly imagine a scenario repeatedly, your brain may encode it as a real memory. This is why people sometimes remember events that never occurred, particularly if the imagined scenario is emotionally charged or rehearsed over time. These distortions have real-world consequences. In legal settings, eyewitness testimony, once considered highly reliable, is now understood to be susceptible to error. Innocent people have been wrongly convicted based on mistaken memories. Understanding the fallibility of memory has led to reforms in how testimonies are collected and evaluated. The malleability of memory also affects personal relationships. Misremembered events can cause misunderstandings, conflict, or misplaced guilt. Recognizing that memories can change over time allows for more compassion and flexibility in interpersonal dynamics. Therapeutically, memory's reconstructive nature offers both challenges and opportunities. Traumatic memories may be altered in ways that protect the individual, but also cause distress. Therapies that gently explore and reshape these memories can help reduce symptoms and promote healing. Importantly, awareness of memory's vulnerabilities does not mean all memories are unreliable. Many memories, especially those rehearsed and emotionally significant, remain stable over time. But it does mean that memory should be approached with humility and care, recognizing its dynamic, interpretive nature. In everyday life, this knowledge invites mindfulness in how you recall and share memories. It encourages listening to others' versions of events with openness and curiosity, understanding that memory is personal and fluid. Memory's reconstructive process is a testament to the brain's incredible adaptability. While it can create errors, it also allows for growth, learning, and reinterpretation. Your memories are not fixed snapshots, but living stories, shaped by time, emotion, and experience. So when you remember, know that you are both witness and storyteller, an active participant in shaping your past as much as your present. And in this dance between fact and feeling, your memories become not just records of what was, but guides for who you are becoming. Our brains are marvels of complexity, built not just to store memories, but to manage the flood of information and emotions that life throws at us every day. But this incredible capability also comes with a paradox. The more we try to remember, the harder it sometimes becomes to access what's truly important. This phenomenon, often called the tip of the tongue experience or retrieval-induced forgetting, reveals the delicate balance your brain maintains when it chooses what to bring forward and what to suppress. Every moment you experience, your brain encodes countless details, the sights, sounds, feelings, and thoughts that create a rich tapestry of life. But this vast amount of information can quickly overwhelm your memory system if left unchecked. To cope, your brain employs filtering mechanisms that prioritize some memories over others, essentially deciding which pieces of information are most relevant for your survival, goals, and well-being. One key player in this process is the prefrontal cortex, the brain's executive center responsible for attention, decision-making, and memory retrieval. When you try to recall a memory, the prefrontal cortex guides your search, sifting through stored information. But this search is not random, it's strategic. Your brain suppresses certain competing memories to help you focus on the target memory. This suppression, while helpful in narrowing down what you need to remember, can inadvertently make other memories temporarily inaccessible. This means that sometimes, the act of remembering something specific can cause other related memories to fade or become harder to recall. For example, trying hard to remember one detail about a childhood birthday party might block your ability to recall other moments from the same event. This selective retrieval is a natural and adaptive function, allowing your mind to avoid confusion and distraction. However, this adaptive process can also lead to frustration. You might find yourself grasping for a name, a place, or an event, only to feel it just out of reach, an elusive shadow at the edge of your consciousness. This experience is a common part of memory retrieval, reflecting the brain's complex balancing act rather than a deficiency. Stress and anxiety can amplify this difficulty. When your mind is overwhelmed or distracted, the prefrontal cortex's ability to guide memory search weakens. The more you worry about forgetting, the more elusive the memory becomes. This creates a feedback loop where anxiety about memory loss hinders retrieval even further. Interestingly, forgetting can also serve an important function in emotional regulation. Memories tied to negative emotions or trauma may be suppressed to protect you from distress. This suppression helps maintain psychological stability, but can complicate memory retrieval. Over time, these memories may resurface gradually as your brain senses it is safe to process them. Sleep plays a vital role in managing memory retrieval. During deep sleep and REM stages, the brain consolidates memories and clears out unnecessary information. This nocturnal processing helps improve recall and reduces interference among memories, making retrieval more efficient during waking hours. Another fascinating aspect is how repeated retrieval itself strengthens memory. When you successfully recall a memory, you reinforce its neural connections, making it easier to access in the future. This is why practicing recall through storytelling, writing, or discussion can enhance memory retention and reduce retrieval difficulty. Technology and modern life also impact memory retrieval. With constant digital access to information, the brain offloads much of its recall to devices, which can weaken the natural retrieval pathways. However, mindful engagement with memory, through deliberate recall and reflection, can counterbalance this effect. Understanding the complexities of memory retrieval invites compassion toward yourself and others. Occasional forgetfulness or retrieval difficulty is a normal part of how your brain functions, not a sign of failure or decline. Embracing the fluid nature of memory allows you to appreciate its strengths and work gently with its limitations. In the dance of memory, sometimes the best approach is patience and curiosity, allowing the mind space to breathe, wander, and return to what it needs to remember in its own time. Each moment of retrieval is a step in the ongoing journey of knowing yourself more deeply through the ever-shifting landscape of your memories. Memory is not just a repository of facts and images. It is deeply entwined with your emotions, desires, fears, and hopes. Among the most intriguing and sometimes troubling aspects of memory is the way your brain stores and handles traumatic experiences. These memories often do not follow the same patterns as everyday recollections. Instead, they can remain fragmented, vivid, or strangely inaccessible. Locked behind doors your conscious mind may struggle to open. This hidden realm of memory holds the key to understanding how trauma shapes the self and how healing begins. When trauma occurs, it overwhelms the brain's normal processing systems. The flood of stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline disrupts the hippocampus, the brain's memory organizer, and amplifies the amygdala, the emotional alarm center. As a result, memories formed during trauma are often encoded differently, sometimes as intense sensory fragments rather than coherent narratives. You might remember the sharp sound of a breaking glass, the coldness of a room, or a flash of fear, but lack a clear sequence or understanding of what happened. This fragmented encoding means traumatic memories can surface in unexpected ways. Flashbacks, nightmares, sudden emotional reactions, or bodily sensations that feel disconnected from conscious thought. These memories may not be stored in the usual chronological order, but as isolated pockets of experience, making them difficult to integrate into your life story. This fragmentation protects you from reliving the full trauma all at once, but it also contributes to feelings of confusion and distress. Moreover, trauma can cause parts of your experience to be repressed or dissociated, compartmentalized away from your conscious awareness to shield you from unbearable pain. These hidden memories might feel like blanks in your personal history, emotional numbness, or unexplained anxiety. Even when not consciously remembered, the body and subconscious mind retain the imprint of trauma, influencing behavior, relationships, and physical health. Healing traumatic memories requires safety, patience, and gentle integration. Traditional talk therapy may not always reach the deeply stored fragments, so approaches that engage the body and emotions, such as somatic therapy, EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, and mindfulness, can help access and process these memories. Through these therapies, the brain can reframe and reorganize traumatic memories, reducing their emotional charge and integrating them into a coherent narrative. It's important to recognize that trauma does not define you. While it may leave lasting marks, your brain's plasticity offers hope for transformation. Memories can change, not in falsifying the past, but in altering how they affect your present. You can reclaim control over your story, moving from being overwhelmed by trauma to becoming empowered by healing. Community and connection also play vital roles. Sharing your story in supportive environments can validate your experience and foster resilience. Collective understanding helps break the isolation that trauma often imposes. Trauma's impact on memory also reminds us of the profound resilience of the human mind. Even when memories are shattered or hidden, the brain works tirelessly to protect you and to seek pathways toward recovery. This resilience is a testament to your strength and the possibility of growth after suffering. In your journey, honor the complexity of traumatic memory. Allow yourself the space to feel what arises without judgment. Trust that healing unfolds in its own time, often in non-linear ways. And remember, the shadows of trauma can be met with the light of awareness, compassion, and support, guiding you toward wholeness. Your memories of trauma are not just wounds, they are gateways to understanding, compassion, and ultimately, renewal. Through embracing their complexity, you step into a deeper relationship with yourself and the possibility of profound healing. Memories are not simply static imprints of past experiences. They are dynamic, living parts of your consciousness that interact with your thoughts, emotions, and even your future intentions. Among the most intriguing features of memory is its tendency to fade over time, a process known as memory decay. This gradual loss of detail and vividness is not a flaw, but a fundamental aspect of how the brain manages the vast stream of information it encounters every day. At its core, memory decay reflects the brain's need for efficiency. Your mind cannot and should not hold on to every detail of every moment. Instead, it prioritizes information that is relevant, meaningful, or frequently used, while allowing less important data to fade. This selective forgetting helps free cognitive resources, enabling you to focus on the present and plan for the future without being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of stored experiences. Memory decay is influenced by several factors. The nature of the memory itself, whether it is emotionally charged, repeated, or linked to significant events, affects how long it lasts. Memories tied to strong emotions, such as fear or joy, tend to be more resistant to fading. Repetition and rehearsal also strengthen memories, reinforcing neural connections and making recall easier. Conversely, memories that are seldom accessed or that lack emotional significance may weaken quickly. The brain's synaptic connections related to those memories become less active, and over time, these connections may be pruned, a natural process that maintains neural health and plasticity. This pruning helps prevent cognitive overload, but can leave gaps in your recollections. The passage of time itself also plays a critical role. As years go by, even significant memories can lose their sharpness. Details blur, contexts shift, and the original experience may become intertwined with subsequent events or reinterpretations. This temporal distance can soften painful memories, making them easier to bear, but it can also diminish the richness of joyful recollections. Importantly, memory decay is not uniform across all types of memory. Episodic memories, those of specific events, are particularly susceptible to fading. In contrast, semantic memories, which involve facts and general knowledge, tend to be more stable. Procedural memories, such as skills and habits, are often retained even when other memories decline. Sleep and rest also influence memory retention. During sleep, especially during deep and REM stages, the brain consolidates memories, strengthening some while allowing others to fade. Poor sleep can disrupt this process, accelerating memory decay and impairing cognitive function. Understanding memory decay invites a compassionate perspective on forgetfulness. Occasional lapses in memory are normal and reflect a healthy, adaptive brain rather than decline or failure. They remind you that memory serves not only to preserve the past, but to facilitate present functioning and future planning. Memory decay also highlights the fluidity of personal narrative. As memories shift, so too does your sense of self, which is continually reconstructed based on the stories you tell about your life. This ongoing reinterpretation allows for growth, healing, and change. In practical terms, you can support your memory by engaging in activities that reinforce recall, such as storytelling, journaling, and social sharing, and by nurturing your emotional well-being. Attention, interest, and meaningful connections all contribute to stronger memory retention. Ultimately, memory decay is part of the delicate dance between remembering and forgetting, between holding on and letting go. It shapes not only what you know about your past, but how you live your present and envision your future. Embracing this natural ebb and flow allows you to appreciate memory's role as a living process, a foundation for identity that is both stable and ever-changing, reflecting the ongoing journey of your life. Memory is a remarkable faculty that not only stores information about the past, but also shapes how you experience the present and anticipate the future. However, there is a fascinating and often unsettling question at the heart of human existence. Can you truly be happy without meaning? This question dives deep into the relationship between memory, consciousness, and the search for purpose. At first glance, happiness might seem like a simple goal, a state of pleasure, contentment, or joy. But when you look closer, happiness is often intertwined with the narratives you construct about your life, your memories, and your aspirations. Meaning provides a framework that organizes these experiences, giving coherence to the seemingly random events of daily life. Meaning acts as a lens through which memories are interpreted and emotions are understood. Memories of success, love, or achievement are often sources of happiness because they resonate with your sense of purpose. Conversely, experiences perceived as meaningless can feel empty or hollow, even if they bring momentary pleasure. Neuroscientific studies suggest that the brain's reward systems, those that release dopamine and create feelings of pleasure, are closely linked to networks involved in self-reflection and narrative construction. This means that your brain finds satisfaction not only in sensory pleasures, but also in understanding your place in the world and the significance of your experiences. Without meaning, happiness can become fleeting or superficial. Sensory pleasures may bring temporary satisfaction, but often leave a deeper yearning unfulfilled. This is why pursuits focused solely on pleasure, such as material gain or constant entertainment, can ultimately feel unsatisfying. The mind craves a sense of coherence, connection, and purpose that goes beyond momentary enjoyment. Philosophers and psychologists alike have explored this interplay. Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor, argued that the search for meaning is a primary human drive, more fundamental than the pursuit of pleasure. His experiences showed that even in the most harrowing circumstances, individuals who found meaning were more resilient and capable of sustaining hope and, ultimately, happiness. Memory plays a crucial role in this process. Your recollections are not isolated snapshots, but are woven into a broader story that defines your identity. When your memories align with a sense of purpose, they contribute to a stable and fulfilling self-concept. They help you see your life as coherent and worthwhile. Conversely, when memories are fragmented, painful, or disconnected from meaning, it can lead to existential distress. You might feel lost, anxious, or empty, even if your circumstances appear favorable. This disconnect underscores the importance of integrating memories into a meaningful narrative. Meaning also influences how you anticipate the future. A hopeful outlook, fueled by goals and values, motivates behavior and sustains happiness. Without meaning, the future may seem bleak or aimless, diminishing motivation and joy. Practically, cultivating meaning involves reflection, connection, and engagement. Exploring your values, nurturing relationships, and contributing to something larger than yourself can enrich your sense of purpose. Revisiting memories with a compassionate and integrative perspective can also help reframe your narrative. Spiritual and philosophical traditions often emphasize the pursuit of meaning as central to well-being. Whether through faith, meditation, or ethical living, these paths provide frameworks that transcend immediate experience and foster enduring happiness. In everyday life, recognizing the link between meaning and happiness invites a deeper inquiry into what truly matters. It encourages moving beyond surface pleasures to explore the stories you tell yourself and the legacy you wish to create. Ultimately, happiness without meaning may be like a beautiful song without lyrics, pleasant but lacking depth. Meaning gives your experiences voice, shape, and resonance. It transforms memory from mere recollection into a living, guiding force. By weaving meaning into your memories and aspirations, you create a foundation for happiness that is rich, resilient, and profoundly human. One that endures through life's challenges and changes, illuminating your path forward. Within the depths of your mind lies a shadow, a hidden counterpart to your conscious self that holds parts of your personality, impulses, fears, and desires that you may not readily acknowledge. This shadow self, a concept popularized by Carl Jung, represents the aspects of your psyche that have been repressed, denied, or ignored, often because they conflict with your conscious identity or societal expectations. Understanding this shadow is key to unlocking deeper self-awareness and reclaiming control over your inner world. The shadow is not inherently dark or evil. Rather, it is a repository for everything you have disowned, qualities, emotions, and memories that you find uncomfortable or unacceptable. This may include anger, jealousy, selfishness, vulnerability, or even creative and intuitive impulses that have been suppressed. The shadow forms as a natural consequence of growing up and learning which parts of yourself are allowed and which must be hidden to gain acceptance. Because these shadow aspects reside outside conscious awareness, they can exert a powerful influence without you realizing it. They may emerge indirectly through projections when you attribute your own disowned traits to others, or through unexpected emotional reactions that seem disproportionate or confusing. For example, feeling intense dislike for someone may reveal something about your own shadow that you have not yet faced. Memories connected to the shadow self are often repressed or fragmented. They may be painful, shameful, or conflicting with your self-image. The mind, in an effort to maintain psychological equilibrium, pushes these memories into the unconscious. Yet, these hidden parts continue to shape behavior, relationships, and decision-making from beneath the surface. Ignoring or denying the shadow can lead to inner conflict, emotional distress, and a sense of fragmentation. The parts of yourself that you refuse to see can grow in power, sometimes manifesting as anxiety, depression, or self-sabotage. The shadow is like a pressure cooker. Without acknowledgement and integration, it can erupt unpredictably. Jungian psychology emphasizes the importance of shadow work, conscious efforts to explore, understand, and integrate these hidden aspects. This process involves courage and honesty, as it requires facing parts of yourself that may feel uncomfortable or frightening. Through practices like self-reflection, journaling, dream analysis, and therapy, you can begin to bring shadow elements into awareness. Integration does not mean eliminating the shadow, but embracing it as a vital part of wholeness. Recognizing and accepting your shadow allows for greater authenticity, creativity, and emotional balance. It frees you from unconscious compulsions and projections, enabling healthier relationships with yourself and others. The shadow also holds potential gifts. Within the parts you have rejected may lie strengths, talents, and energies that, once reclaimed, can enrich your life. For example, embracing your capacity for anger can lead to assertiveness. Acknowledging vulnerability can deepen intimacy and compassion. Memory plays a critical role in this integration. Revisiting repressed memories with compassion helps decode the messages the shadow carries. These memories often contain clues to unresolved wounds, unmet needs, and forgotten aspects of identity. Through conscious engagement, you transform these memories from sources of pain into pathways of healing. Shadow work is a lifelong journey rather than a one-time event. As you evolve, new aspects may emerge, inviting continual self-discovery and growth. This dynamic process deepens your connection to yourself and enhances your capacity to live authentically. In everyday life, recognizing the shadow invites mindfulness and compassion. When you notice strong emotional reactions or recurring patterns, consider what hidden parts of yourself may be speaking. Approaching these moments with curiosity rather than judgment opens doors to insight and transformation. Ultimately, embracing your shadow is an act of courage and love. It acknowledges that you are a complex, multifaceted being, capable of both light and shadow. By bringing your unconscious into the light, you reclaim your power, creativity, and freedom. Your shadow is not your enemy, it is your hidden ally. Welcoming it with openness and care allows you to become more whole, embracing the full spectrum of your humanity and stepping fully into the richness of your life. Intelligence is often celebrated as a supreme virtue, a beacon of clarity, insight, and progress. Yet throughout history, many brilliant minds have found themselves misunderstood, isolated, or even feared by society. This paradox raises a profound question. Why do intelligent people sometimes scare society? The answer lies not only in the nature of intelligence itself, but also in the complex dynamics between the individual and the collective social order. Intelligence encompasses a wide range of cognitive abilities: logical reasoning, creativity, problem-solving, and abstract thinking. Highly intelligent individuals often perceive the world with heightened sensitivity and nuance, noticing patterns and contradictions that others might overlook. This deeper awareness can lead them to question prevailing norms, challenge assumptions, and propose novel ideas that disrupt conventional thinking. Such disruption, while essential for innovation and progress, can provoke discomfort and resistance. Societies thrive on stability, shared beliefs, and predictable behaviors. When an individual's intelligence threatens to upend these foundations, it can be perceived as a challenge to social cohesion. Intelligent people may inadvertently expose the limitations, hypocrisies, or injustices embedded within cultural, political, or institutional structures. Moreover, intelligence often correlates with a strong sense of autonomy and skepticism. Intelligent individuals may be less willing to accept authority unquestioningly or conform to groupthink. Their independent thinking can be seen as rebellious or threatening, particularly in hierarchical or rigid social systems. This can lead to alienation, marginalization, or even active suppression. The philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer articulated a similar idea, noting that highly intelligent people are often at odds with society because they see truths that others avoid or deny. Their clarity can make them uncomfortable witnesses to societal illusions, which can provoke fear or hostility from those invested in maintaining the status quo. Intelligent people may also experience heightened emotional complexity. Their deep understanding of human nature and existential realities can bring both insight and burden. They may grapple with feelings of isolation, existential anxiety, or disillusionment, which can further set them apart from the general populace. From the societal perspective, fear of intelligence can manifest in various ways. It can lead to stereotyping, labeling intelligent individuals as eccentric, elitist, or socially awkward. It can also result in gatekeeping, where access to opportunities or platforms is limited to maintain control. Historically, this fear has contributed to censorship, persecution, and systemic barriers against innovators and thinkers. However, this tension between intelligence and society is not merely adversarial, it also fuels growth and transformation. Intelligent dissent challenges complacency and sparks dialogue that can lead to social reform, scientific breakthroughs, and cultural enrichment. The discomfort caused by new ideas can be a catalyst for collective evolution. Understanding this dynamic invites a more compassionate and nuanced view. Intelligence is not a threat to be feared, but a force to be engaged thoughtfully. Societies benefit when they create spaces where diverse forms of intelligence can coexist, contribute, and be integrated respectfully. On a personal level, intelligent individuals may find solace and strength in connecting with like-minded communities, practicing empathy, and developing emotional intelligence alongside cognitive abilities. Balancing intellect with humility and social awareness can ease the friction between self and society. Ultimately, the relationship between intelligence and society reflects the broader human challenge of balancing individuality and community, change and stability, insight and acceptance. The fear that intelligent people sometimes evoke is a mirror reflecting society's own insecurities and resistance to change. By embracing intelligence as a vital, though sometimes unsettling, part of the human experience, society can move toward a more inclusive, dynamic, and enlightened future, one where the gifts of intelligence are celebrated rather than feared, and where the voices of insight contribute to the collective well-being. In this light, intelligent individuals are not outsiders, but essential contributors to the ongoing story of humanity, challenging, inspiring, and guiding us toward deeper understanding and greater possibilities. There are moments when your spirit feels under siege, when unseen forces seem to conspire against your peace, your clarity, and your well-being. Whether you call it spiritual attack, negative energy, or simply a dark cloud hovering over your mind, this experience can be profoundly unsettling. But amidst this struggle lies a powerful truth. Your soul is not defenseless. There is a prayer, a shield of light and intention that you can invoke to protect yourself and reclaim your inner sanctuary. The idea of spiritual attack is ancient and universal, appearing in countless traditions and cultures. It speaks to the reality that life is not only shaped by physical and emotional realities, but also by subtle energies and spiritual dynamics. These attacks may manifest as feelings of heaviness, anxiety, confusion, or relentless negativity that seem disproportionate to external circumstances. They may disrupt your sleep, cloud your thoughts, or drain your vitality. Morning, in particular, is a sacred time, a threshold between night and day, darkness and light. Starting your day with a prayer or intention to defend yourself from spiritual attacks sets a tone of protection, grounding, and clarity. It acts as a spiritual armor, a conscious affirmation that you are surrounded by divine light and that no negativity can penetrate your sacred space. Such prayers often invoke powerful imagery and symbols: light, fire, shields, angels, or divine names. These symbols are not mere words. They engage your mind, heart, and spirit in a unified act of defense. When you pray with intention, you activate your inner resources, faith, courage, and resilience, creating an energetic boundary that reinforces your sense of safety. Psychologically, this practice also has profound effects. Prayer and ritual engage the parasympathetic nervous system, promoting relaxation and reducing stress. They help shift focus away from fear and toward hope, empowering you to face the day with confidence. The repetitive nature of prayer creates a meditative rhythm that calms the mind and centers the heart. Furthermore, morning prayers serve as an anchor, a moment of connection to something greater than yourself. This connection fosters a deep sense of belonging and support, reminding you that you are not alone in your struggles. It cultivates spiritual resilience, helping you withstand challenges that might otherwise overwhelm you. The practice of starting the day with protective prayer also aligns your intentions. By consciously affirming your readiness to face whatever comes, you prepare your mind and spirit to respond rather than react. This readiness transforms challenges into opportunities for growth and learning. Different traditions offer varied prayers and rituals for spiritual defense. Some invoke sacred texts or divine names. Others call upon protective angels or saints, while still others visualize protective light surrounding the body. What unites these practices is their focus on intentionality, faith, and the recognition of spiritual realities. Integrating a morning prayer for defense can be simple yet profound. It might begin with a few deep breaths, an opening invocation, and a heartfelt request for protection. You might visualize a radiant shield enveloping you, feel the warmth of divine presence, or silently affirm your strength and peace. The key is sincerity and openness. Over time, this practice deepens your spiritual awareness and strengthens your inner sanctuary. You become more attuned to subtle shifts in energy, more skilled at maintaining boundaries, and more confident in your capacity to navigate life's unseen challenges. In moments of doubt or difficulty, returning to your morning prayer can restore balance and perspective. It serves as a reminder that light prevails over darkness, and that your spirit is fortified by divine love and wisdom. Ultimately, defending yourself from spiritual attack is not about fear, but about empowerment. It is a loving act of self-care that honors your sacredness and affirms your place within the greater cosmic order. As you begin each day with this prayer, you weave a protective thread through the fabric of your life, a luminous path that guides you safely through the shadows and into the light. In the quiet moments of dawn, when the world is still wrapped in the gentle embrace of night, there is a sacred opportunity to set the tone for the entire day. This time, rich with stillness and possibility, invites you to connect deeply with your inner self and the divine presence that surrounds you. Offering a morning prayer to defend yourself from spiritual attacks is not only a protective practice, but also a profound act of surrender and trust, a way to begin your day anchored in light, peace, and strength. Spiritual attacks, though often unseen, can manifest in many forms. They might arrive as waves of doubt, fear, confusion, or negativity that seem to erode your confidence and serenity. Sometimes these attacks come from external sources, negative energies, toxic environments, or harmful intentions of others. At other times, they arise from within, inner fears, unresolved wounds, or moments of spiritual darkness. Regardless of their origin, these assaults challenge your peace of mind and your connection to your true self. Beginning your day with a prayer focused on defense is a conscious act of reclaiming your sacred space. It declares to the universe and to yourself that you are a being of light, worthy of protection and love. The prayer becomes a shield, a spiritual armor that guards your heart and mind against the corrosive forces that seek to destabilize you. In this sacred dialogue, you invite divine guardians, angels, saints, spirit guides, or any higher power you trust to stand with you. You ask for their strength, wisdom, and protection. This invocation is not merely a plea, but a powerful alignment with the highest energies, reinforcing your connection to the source of all light and goodness. The language of prayer is rich with symbolism. You might speak of being surrounded by a circle of pure white light, impenetrable and radiant. You may call upon the cleansing fire of the Holy Spirit, or the protective mantle of sacred angels. These images do more than comfort. They engage your imagination and your energetic field, creating tangible shifts in your inner landscape. On a psychological level, this practice calms the nervous system and centers your awareness. It moves you from a state of vulnerability to one of empowerment. The ritual of prayer offers rhythm and structure, guiding your breath and focus, and inviting a meditative state that opens the door to clarity and peace. Repeated daily, this morning prayer becomes a sacred habit, a spiritual anchor that you carry throughout the day. It fortifies you, making it easier to navigate challenges with grace and resilience. The prayer reminds you that no matter what unfolds externally, your inner sanctuary remains protected. Moreover, this practice nurtures your relationship with the divine and with yourself. It is a moment of intimacy, a conversation where you express your needs, your fears, and your hopes. It invites humility, acknowledging that while you are strong, you are also part of a greater whole. This humility opens your heart to receive guidance and support beyond your own capacity. Incorporating this prayer into your morning routine can be as simple or elaborate as feels right. You might begin with silence, listening to the stillness, then speak aloud or silently the words of protection. You could include affirmations of light, gratitude, or surrender. Visualization techniques enhance the experience, helping you feel the protective energy enveloping you like a warm embrace. Beyond personal benefit, this prayer sends ripples of positive energy into the world. By fortifying your spirit, you contribute to the collective light, becoming a beacon of peace and strength for others. Your inner defense becomes part of a larger network of healing and protection that spans beyond the visible. In times of heightened spiritual attack or emotional turmoil, returning to this morning prayer can be a refuge, a source of comfort and renewal. It reminds you of your inherent dignity and your right to walk the day unburdened by fear or negativity. Ultimately, starting your day with a prayer to defend yourself from spiritual attacks is an act of sacred self-love. It honors your soul's journey, acknowledges the unseen battles you face, and asserts your commitment to living in harmony with light and truth. As dawn breaks and the sun rises, so too does your spirit, protected, empowered, and ready to embrace the day with unwavering grace and courage. In the stillness of the early morning, before the world fully awakens, there lies a unique opportunity to connect deeply with the divine, a moment to reach out with a humble heart and seek mercy and guidance for the challenges that lie ahead. Beginning your day with a heartfelt prayer invoking the compassion of the most merciful, Ya Rahman, is more than a ritual. It is an invitation to envelop your soul in the boundless mercy that flows from the divine source, setting a tone of grace, patience, and resilience for your entire day. The name Ya Rahman, meaning O Most Merciful, is one of the most beautiful and encompassing names of God in Islamic tradition. It reflects a mercy that is vast, unconditional, and ever-present. a mercy that precedes and encompasses all creation. When you call upon Ya Rahman in your morning prayer, you're appealing to this profound compassion, seeking solace and strength to overcome the struggles that may arise. Life is filled with trials, moments of hardship, confusion, disappointment, and pain. These struggles can weigh heavily on your spirit, cloud your judgment, and challenge your faith. But the mercy of Ya Rahman offers a refuge, a source of infinite kindness that softens the harsh edges of difficulty and opens pathways toward healing and hope. It reminds you that no matter how dark the night, the dawn of mercy is always near. Invoking Ya Rahman in the morning is an act of surrender and trust. It acknowledges that while you may strive and plan, ultimate relief and success come from a power greater than yourself. This recognition cultivates humility, grounding you in the reality that you are part of a vast and loving universe. It opens your heart to receive grace, even in moments when you feel unworthy or overwhelmed. The prayer to Ya Rahman is also a call for patience, an essential virtue in facing life's challenges. Mercy is not only about forgiveness, but about enduring hardships with dignity and hope. It is a reminder that struggles are temporary and that divine compassion supports you in every step of your journey. Spiritually, beginning your day with this prayer centers your soul and aligns your intentions. It creates a sacred space within where fear and anxiety give way to peace and trust. The rhythmic repetition of the prayer cultivates mindfulness, helping you focus your thoughts away from worries and towards divine presence. Psychologically, prayer to Ya Rahman can reduce stress and anxiety by activating relaxation responses in the body and fostering positive emotional states. It builds resilience by nurturing a hopeful outlook and reinforcing your sense of connection and meaning. This morning invocation also serves as a beacon of light throughout your day. Carrying the remembrance of Ya Rahman reminds you that mercy is not only to be received, but also to be shared. It inspires acts of kindness, compassion, and forgiveness in your interactions with others, reflecting the divine attribute in your daily life. The words of the prayer can be simple or elaborate, spoken aloud or whispered silently. What matters is sincerity, a heart reaching out for mercy with openness and longing. Visualizing the divine mercy as a warm, enveloping light can deepen the experience, allowing you to feel embraced and supported. In moments when challenges feel overwhelming, returning to the prayer of Ya Rahman renews your spirit. It reconnects you to the source of all compassion and reminds you that you are never alone. The mercy you seek is always present, flowing toward you like a river of light. Through this sacred morning practice, you cultivate a deep reservoir of spiritual strength that sustains you through trials and triumphs alike. You learn to face each day with patience, grace, and an open heart, trusting in the merciful embrace of the divine. As the sun rises and the world stirs to life, your soul, anchored in mercy, rises with it, ready to meet the day's struggles, not with fear, but with faith, hope, and the enduring love of Ya Rahman. As the first light of dawn gently breaks through the darkness, there is a profound invitation to open your heart to the infinite mercy that flows from the divine. Beginning your day with a prayer asking for Allah's mercy is a sacred act, a moment to align yourself with compassion, forgiveness, and hope before the world stirs and distractions arise. This prayer is a humble acknowledgement of your need for grace and a powerful reminder that no matter the challenges you face, mercy is always near and accessible. Mercy in Islamic spirituality is one of the most encompassing and beautiful attributes of Allah. It is expressed in the names Ar-Rahman and Ar-Rahim, which emphasize not only the boundlessness of divine compassion, but also its immediacy and personal closeness. By invoking this mercy in the morning, you connect yourself to a source of unconditional love that transcends human limitations and imperfections. Life's hardships can sometimes feel overwhelming, moments when burdens seem too heavy, mistakes too great, or despair too deep. The prayer for Allah's mercy serves as a sanctuary, a spiritual refuge where you can lay down your worries and fears. It offers reassurance that you are not alone in your struggles, that the divine presence is watching over you with kindness and a desire to heal and uplift. The act of prayer itself is a transformative practice. It invites stillness and focus, calming the restless mind and soothing the heart. Speaking words of supplication and remembrance grounds you in the present moment, creating a sacred space where your spirit can be renewed. This mindfulness fosters resilience, helping you face the day with a steady and hopeful heart. Beyond personal solace, the prayer for mercy cultivates humility and self-awareness. It reminds you that all humans are fallible, in need of forgiveness and compassion, not only from the divine, but also from themselves and others. This recognition opens the door to healing broken relationships, releasing resentment, and embracing kindness. Spiritually, mercy is not just a gift to be received, but a quality to be embodied. By beginning your day immersed in the awareness of divine mercy, you nurture the capacity to extend compassion to those around you. This ripple effect transforms not only your inner world, but also your interactions and the community you are part of. Physiologically, prayer can reduce stress hormones and promote relaxation, supporting mental and emotional well-being. The rhythmic recitation and focused attention involved in prayer engage calming neural pathways, fostering a sense of peace that can carry you through daily challenges. The prayer's language can be a personal conversation with the divine, a recitation of sacred verses, or a heartfelt meditation on mercy. What matters most is sincerity, a genuine reaching out from your soul toward the source of all compassion. Visualizing mercy as a gentle light surrounding and penetrating your being can deepen the experience, allowing you to feel embraced and restored. Throughout the day, carrying the remembrance of Allah's mercy helps maintain balance and perspective. When difficulties arise, recalling this prayer can center your mind and steady your emotions. It is a spiritual compass guiding you back to hope and trust. Moreover, this practice anchors your life in gratitude. Recognizing mercy amidst hardship fosters appreciation for the blessings that often go unnoticed. The breath of life, moments of joy, opportunities for growth. Gratitude opens the heart and amplifies the sense of divine presence in everyday life. In times of profound struggle, this morning prayer becomes a lifeline. It reconnects you with the sacred, offering assurance that mercy is not distant, but intimately close, ready to heal wounds and lighten burdens. By inviting Allah's mercy into the start of your day, you create a foundation of love and compassion that supports you through whatever unfolds. It is a prayer of surrender and empowerment, a reminder that with mercy, every challenge can become a step toward peace and every dawn a new beginning. As the world awakens and light floods the horizon, so too does your spirit awaken, bathed in mercy, strengthened by faith, and prepared to walk the path ahead with grace and hope. At the break of dawn, when the world is still cloaked in tranquility, and the first gentle rays of sunlight begin to caress the earth, there exists a sacred moment, a precious opportunity to turn inward, to seek connection with the divine, and to invoke a prayer for patience and guidance. This early morning prayer, inspired by the profound wisdom of Surah Al-Ankabut 29:45, is a powerful invitation to start your day anchored in surrender, hope, and steadfastness amid life's inevitable challenges. The verse from Surah Al-Ankabut emphasizes the importance of prayer as a means to remember Allah, to maintain a consciousness of the divine, and to seek refuge from forgetfulness and despair. It underscores that true success and strength lie in steadfastness in faith, in purpose, and in moral resolve. By beginning your day with a prayer that calls upon Allah's mercy for patience and guidance, you align yourself with this divine teaching, embracing both the humility to ask for support and the courage to face the trials ahead. Life's journey is rarely smooth. It is punctuated by moments of difficulty, tests of patience, obstacles that challenge your resolve, uncertainties that cloud your path. These challenges, though daunting, are not without purpose. They are opportunities for growth, purification, and deepening faith. Yet, navigating them requires a heart fortified with patience and a mind illuminated by divine guidance. Invoking Allah's help at the start of your day is an acknowledgement of human limitation and divine omnipotence. It is a recognition that while you strive and exert effort, the ultimate outcomes rest in the hands of a wisdom far greater than your own. This surrender is not defeat but strength, a conscious choice to place trust in the divine plan even when the way forward is unclear. Patience, or sabr in Islamic spirituality, is a multifaceted virtue encompassing endurance, perseverance, and calm acceptance of life's trials without despair or complaint. It is an active strength, not passive resignation. Through prayer, you cultivate this inner reservoir of resilience, preparing your spirit to bear hardships with grace and to respond to difficulties with faith rather than frustration. Guidance, or hidayah, complements patience by providing clarity and direction. It is the light that dispels confusion and doubt, helping you distinguish right from wrong and making decisions aligned with your highest good. Invoking guidance in your morning prayer opens your heart to divine wisdom, ensuring that your actions throughout the day are purposeful and grounded in spiritual awareness. This prayer practice nurtures mindfulness and presence. By centering your thoughts on Allah's mercy, patience, and guidance, you create a sacred pause amidst the rush of daily life. It calms the mind, soothes the soul, and sets a tone of intentionality and reverence that colors your interactions and choices. Physiologically, the act of prayer can regulate stress responses, lower cortisol levels, and promote a sense of safety and calm. The rhythmic repetition of sacred words engages neural circuits that foster relaxation and emotional balance, equipping you to handle challenges more effectively. Spiritually, beginning your day with this prayer strengthens your connection to Allah, deepening your sense of trust and submission. It reminds you that you are part of a larger cosmic order governed by justice and mercy, a source of enduring hope, even in the face of adversity. The prayer can be personalized, spoken aloud, whispered, or recited silently with heartfelt intention. Visualization techniques, such as imagining a radiant light of guidance surrounding you, can enhance the experience, making the invocation more vivid and felt. Throughout your day, recalling this prayer can serve as a spiritual compass, guiding your reactions and decisions. It helps maintain equilibrium when faced with stress, disappointment, or moral dilemmas, reminding you to anchor yourself in patience and seek divine wisdom continuously. Beyond individual benefit, this practice fosters virtues that ripple outward, cultivating patience in your relationships, compassion in your dealings, and integrity in your actions. It transforms not only your inner world, but also the environment you inhabit. In moments of weariness or doubt, returning to this morning prayer restores hope and resolve. It renews your spirit and reaffirms your commitment to walking a path illuminated by faith and grace. Starting your day with a prayer for patience and guidance is a profound act of spiritual preparation. It equips you to meet life's tests with courage and clarity, anchored in the unwavering love and mercy of Allah. As the dawn light grows brighter and the world awakens, so too does your spirit, fortified by prayer, ready to embrace the day's journey with patience, wisdom, and faith. Throughout history, countless individuals have wrestled with the profound question of life's meaning and purpose. Among these seekers, few have engaged with it as deeply and honestly as Leo Tolstoy, the great Russian novelist and philosopher. His journey to uncover the meaning of life was both intensely personal and universally resonant, revealing insights that continue to inspire and challenge us today. Tolstoy's early life was marked by privilege, success, and artistic brilliance. His novels, such as War and Peace and Anna Karenina, explored the vast complexities of human nature, society, and morality. Yet beneath his literary achievements lay a restless soul, grappling with existential despair. Despite acclaim and wealth, Tolstoy confronted a profound sense of emptiness and confusion about the purpose of existence. This inner turmoil led him on a spiritual quest that became the cornerstone of his later philosophy. Tolstoy's search was characterized by radical honesty. He questioned everything he had been taught, from religious dogma to societal norms, in an attempt to find a truth that could satisfy the deepest yearnings of the human heart. Central to Tolstoy's realization was the recognition that conventional sources of meaning, wealth, fame, intellectual accomplishment were ultimately unsatisfying. These external pursuits, while often socially celebrated, fail to address the fundamental human need for purpose and peace. Tolstoy observed that many people lived lives of quiet desperation, caught in routines that distracted them from the question of why they lived at all. His exploration led him to embrace a form of Christian existentialism grounded in love, humility, and service. Tolstoy came to see that meaning is found not in grand achievements, but in simple, sincere acts of kindness, and in living in accordance with moral principles rooted in compassion. For him, the essence of life's meaning was to love God and to love one's neighbor as oneself. Tolstoy's reflections highlight the intimate connection between meaning and morality. He argued that true fulfillment arises when one aligns actions with ethical values, transcending selfish desires and ego-driven goals. This alignment creates coherence in life's narrative, transforming ordinary moments into expressions of spiritual truth. Memory plays a vital role in this journey toward meaning. Our recollections are not just records of past events, but carriers of lessons, values, and emotions that shape how we understand ourselves and our purpose. Tolstoy's intense self-examination involved revisiting memories of his own life, examining them through the lens of emerging spiritual insight, and reinterpreting his experiences in the search for coherence and truth. His life story also illustrates the transformative power of doubt and questioning. Rather than viewing uncertainty as a weakness, Tolstoy embraced it as a necessary phase in the quest for authentic meaning. This openness allowed him to break free from inherited beliefs and to construct a personal philosophy grounded in lived experience and heartfelt conviction. Tolstoy's legacy invites us to consider that the search for meaning is a deeply personal yet universally shared journey. It challenges us to look beyond societal definitions of success and to cultivate inner clarity through reflection, ethical living, and spiritual openness. Practically, engaging with Tolstoy's insights encourages practices such as journaling, meditation, and dialogue, tools that help integrate memory and meaning. These practices support the weaving of a life story that honors both personal truth and collective values. In contemporary life, where distractions abound and existential questions can feel daunting, Tolstoy's journey reminds us that meaning is accessible through simplicity, love, and moral courage. It calls us to awaken from complacency and to live deliberately, with purpose woven into every action. Ultimately, Tolstoy's search for life's meaning is not just a historical narrative, but a living invitation. It beckons each of us to embark on our own path of discovery, to embrace the complexity of existence, and to find peace in the unfolding story of our lives. Through his honest struggle and profound insights, Leo Tolstoy offers a beacon, guiding us toward a deeper understanding of what it means to live a meaningful, authentic, and fulfilled life. Power and intelligence are often celebrated as tools for leadership and success, but history shows us that the acquisition and exercise of power can sometimes take disturbing turns, especially for those who wield it without wisdom or moral grounding. Niccolò Machiavelli, the Renaissance political philosopher, offered brutally honest advice about power. Advice that many consider controversial because it exposes uncomfortable truths about human nature and governance. His insights reveal why, paradoxically, less intelligent or more ruthless people sometimes rise to power more easily than the truly wise or virtuous. Machiavelli observed that politics and power struggles are arenas of fierce competition, where idealism often succumbs to pragmatism or even cruelty. He argued that rulers must be willing to do whatever is necessary to maintain their position, including deception, manipulation, and force. This pragmatic and often cynical view of power contrasts sharply with the moral ideals that many societies profess. One reason Machiavelli's advice resonates is that it reflects the darker side of human psychology. People in power may not always be those with the greatest intelligence or moral insight, but rather those who are willing to exploit fear, ignorance, and conformity. Less intelligent individuals may rely on brute force, populist rhetoric, or manipulation, appealing to base instincts rather than reasoned judgment. Their straightforward, often aggressive tactics can prove effective in gaining and consolidating control. Conversely, highly intelligent or ethical individuals may struggle in political arenas because they are bound by principles, empathy, or a desire for justice. Their complexity and idealism can be perceived as weakness or indecision by opponents who exploit every vulnerability. Machiavelli suggested that success in power often requires a certain ruthlessness and the ability to mask one's true intentions. This reality creates a disturbing paradox. Societies may be governed by those least suited to serve the common good. The triumph of cunning over wisdom can lead to corruption, oppression, and instability. Machiavelli's writings serve as a warning that without vigilance, power can devolve into tyranny, wielded by those who manipulate rather than lead. Understanding Machiavelli's perspective invites critical reflection on the nature of leadership and the qualities we value in those who hold authority. It challenges us to recognize the complex interplay between intelligence, morality, and power, and to seek systems that promote accountability and ethical governance. At a personal level, Machiavelli's insights encourage awareness of the dynamics of power in everyday life, whether in workplaces, communities, or relationships. Recognizing when manipulation or shallow tactics are at play helps protect your integrity and supports more thoughtful engagement with authority. Importantly, Machiavelli's work does not advocate for amorality, but exposes the realities that leaders face. It invites a nuanced approach that balances pragmatism with ethical considerations, encouraging leaders to wield power responsibly while navigating the challenges of human nature. In modern times, this understanding underscores the importance of education, transparency, and civic participation. Empowering individuals with knowledge and critical thinking skills helps counterbalance the manipulative tactics that less virtuous leaders might employ. Reflecting on Machiavelli's advice also inspires hope that leadership need not be a zero-sum game dominated by ruthlessness. Cultivating virtues such as wisdom, compassion, and courage in leaders and citizens alike can foster societies where power serves justice and the common good. Ultimately, Machiavelli's honest and sometimes unsettling analysis of power urges vigilance and engagement. It reminds us that the quality of leadership profoundly impacts the health of societies, and that nurturing informed, ethical leaders is a collective responsibility. As we close this exploration, remember that understanding the shadowy aspects of power and intelligence equips you to navigate the world more wisely. By recognizing these dynamics, you can foster integrity within yourself and advocate for leadership that uplifts rather than diminishes. Thank you for journeying through these profound reflections. May your path be guided by insight, courage, and compassion.